going to go today. The first thing we'll do after a brief introduction and overview of the LSAT, for those who aren't familiar with it yet, is to do a practice test. And this will take about 50 minutes. We've got a sampling of the questions from each question type on the LSAT. And you'll go through and try those questions over 50 minutes. And after that, we'll launch into a detailed evaluation of each section. Right after the test, we'll take a 15-minute break just to stretch your legs, get your bearings back after those questions, and then we'll jump into analytical reasoning, everybody's favorite part of the LSAT, the logic games. Following that, we'll have lunch and also a question and answer session with Corey Wright, the Director of Admissions here at ASL. And so immediately after the analytical reasoning session, you'll be able to send questions in via the chat function or email to admissions@asl.edu, and we will attempt to respond to those here in a question and answer type format. Any questions you have about law school or the admissions process or the LSAT or anything in general to do with law school and admissions. After lunch, we'll start back at 1 o'clock and we'll get into the logical reasoning section of the LSAT and then jump right into reading comprehension. After that, we'll take another short break for about 15 minutes so you all can take a rest and refocus. And then we'll get into a 45-minute section on exam tips and tricks that you can use to improve your performance on the LSAT. And finally, we will take a second practice test to see how you've improved over the course of the day and evaluate yourself after the morning's benchmark. Okay, so getting right into the content. For those of you who are not familiar with the LSAT, it has 4 35-minute scored sections on 3 different question types. 2 sections will be on logical reasoning, so that's 50% of the scored portion of the exam right off the bat. Then you'll also have a section on analytical reasoning, which is the logic games you're probably familiar with, and also a section on reading comprehension. Those will be the 4 scored sections. You'll also have 1 experimental section that could be any of the 4 types. And you won't know which section that is, unfortunately, so you've got to treat it just like every other section. Finally, you'll have a writing sample at the end of the LSAT, which is just they will give you a fact pattern. You'll respond to the called question on that fact pattern. And we'll talk a little bit about that section of the test in the exam tips portion of the presentation today. Important to keep in mind that these sections could come in any order. It's not necessarily going to be logical reasoning, analytical reasoning, then reading comprehension. In fact, it probably won't be. They're going to be mixed up in any possible order, so you have to be prepared to just jump into whatever section comes up next. Okay. If any of you have not received a copy of the practice test, if you could at this time go ahead and the best thing to do would be to shoot us an email at admissions.edu and let us know that you did not, and we can forward a copy of that to you. If you do have the practice test, go ahead and pull it up, and in just a minute we will go ahead and get started, and just record your answers right there on the test or on a sheet of scrap paper if you're reading off the screen. That'll be okay too. What we're going to do is, after the practice test, as we go through each section, we're going to go through the answers on this practice test. So just make sure you have them handy for the rest of the day. And let's see, we're going to start here in just a moment. I'll give everybody about 2 minutes to kind of catch up and get ready with the test on their screen or in front of them, and then we'll go ahead and start the timer on the test. So stand by for just a moment. Okay, folks, we're going to go ahead and get the test started. As of right now, go ahead and begin. You've got 50 minutes to complete the practice test. Just work your way through that, and good luck. enjoy doing that practice test. As you can see, the questions are not that easy. Some of these weren't too bad. Some of them were a little on the tough side, but don't worry, we're going to go through all of those questions as we go through each section. So we're not going to give you all the answers right this second. What we're going to do is work our way through them as we work through each different type of question. So what we'll do now is give you guys a few-minute break. Just so you can get up and walk around a little bit if you need to, stretch your legs after that 50 minutes of kind of intense thought. So take about 10 or 15 minutes and come on back. We will restart in just a few minutes. Okay, folks, welcome back. We are going to dive right into the analytical reasoning section. This tends to be a major time draw for people and takes a lot of your time. So we're going to go through with a few tricks and tips on how to speed up that time and not spend so much time on each question. A lot of people do end up running out of time on these analytical reasoning questions. So we'll work on that as we go through. The main way we're going to do this is actually work through the questions. But first, just a little background on these analytical reasoning questions. As you probably know, because you just did some, they're kind of like logic games, and they're always like this. There's not a lot of variation. It's always a logic game of some sort. And people do these for fun. You can buy books of these at the grocery store. So don't be intimidated by these things. Embrace the fun parts of them and get used to it. Even though they're kind of scary for some people, you can get some enjoyment out of them. So try to do that. Don't let it be scary. There's lots of ways to grab easy points here. If you do a good job setting yourself up to begin with, you can get some easy, quick points and not get stressed out. There are some extremely hard logic games that you're going to run into on the exam. You're going to have some really tough questions. It'll be a mix. Maybe even for the same question, same set of questions, you'll have extremely hard questions and extremely easy questions. So don't let yourself lose points on the easy questions by getting hung up with the hard questions. We'll talk about how not to do that here in just a few minutes. Okay. The key to solving these is all about the way you organize the data. So they're always going to give you a little fact pattern right off the bat, and then they're going to give you some conditions that apply to that fact pattern every time. And the way you organize that data determines how easy or tough this is going to be for you. You want to always use a diagram. Every time you get to a logic question, you want to draft yourself some kind of diagram to display the information they're giving to you, in a graphical form of some sort. And how exactly you do this is up to you. It needs to work for you. So I don't want to dictate to you exactly how to set this up every time. It needs to work with your brain, and we all work differently. The key is to display it in some way in a graphical form so that you can fill in options, you can put all the conditions out there right off the bat and answer the questions quickly and easily. Here, as in everywhere on the LSAT, pay very close attention to the question. They're going to try to trick you. They want you to start thinking like a lawyer now, even before you've gone to law school. And what I mean by that is they want you to think about these words like could be, must be, cannot be, as given their true meanings. In life, a lot of times we use words like must be, cannot be, phrases that could be, as not as just more of a saying, hey, it must be this way. But we don't really mean that it must be as into the exclusion of all other options. But here, on the LSAT, when they say must be, they mean must be, and that is the only way it can be. And you need to keep that in mind, that they are speaking in absolutes. When they say cannot be or could be means there's some way that it could be. Maybe it's 1 out of 300 options, but it could be. Must be means it has to be. You can't come up with any option. There is no option where it is not. It must be. Cannot be, same thing. There are no options where it could be. It cannot be, absolutely. So keep that in mind. Start thinking like a lawyer right off the bat on that, and take those terms as they are written and for what they mean. Okay, that being said, we're going to go ahead and launch into the questions and go through the questions you just did on your practice test. To start with, questions 26 through 30. The first thing we want to do with these questions is go ahead and lay out our diagram. So we've got the problem for us. Here we've got exactly 3 films. We've got harvest, breed, harvest, and limelight. So we know, and we've got 3 days and 3 films. So basically, when you've got a situation like that, if you've got 3 of one type of thing, could be 3 colors, could be 3 films, could be 3 different types of cars, whatever they give you. If you've got 3 of one thing, put that on a grid, and on one axis of your grid. So On our diagram here on the screen, we've got 3 blocks where we could put films. And then on the other grid, you're going to put the other criteria, the other options they give you, which in this case is Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And the way we've laid it out here, it just makes sense when you read this problem, because we've got a film festival, right? And each night they're going to show certain films. So we've got 3 nights and potentially 3 films each night, right? So we're going to lay it out in a grid pattern. Now you might lay that out a little differently. I think this is a fairly obvious way to do this one, but if you get into more complex problems, there are multiple ways to lay these things out. And what you need to do is figure out what works for yourself. Do enough practice problems with these types of questions that thinking about how to lay this out is not your holdup. You don't want that to take up a lot of your time. You want to have done so many problems where there's a 6x6 grid that you see something like this, Greed, Harvest, Limelight, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and you're automatically laying yourself out this 3x4 grid, and you're done. Moving on to the next thing. Key there, again, practice. Okay, so now that we've got our grid, we can go ahead and fill in the conditions that they give us, right? First one, they say each film is shown at least once during the festival, but never more than once on a given day. So that's 2 conditions, right, in the same sentence. Each has to be shown at least once. We know that in any correct filling out of this chart that we just made, Greed, Limelight, and Harvest are going to be on there at least once each, right? That's what they just told us. Okay, so go ahead and put that as a note above your chart, right, and keep it there, because you want to keep that in mind as you're going through to answer the question. Second part of that same sentence is never more than once on a given day, right? So we can do the same thing. Just summarize that in a quick little blurb there that you can keep in mind as you go through and answer the questions. Each never more than once per day. And then, let's see, the next condition they give us, on each day at least 1 film is shown. So now we got one final condition there, at least 1 per day. We're not going to have any days that have a blank. Same thing. Just put that up there as a quick little note to yourself. Okay, so that's your basic background, and they'll do this a lot. They'll kind of set it up for you, give you a basic background, and you'll have something like we've got on the screen right now. Your little grid, and then each condition there that applies to it. Then they're going to go and give you some specific conditions that apply to this. So the first one they give us is on Thursday, harvest is shown. And no film is shown after harvest, right? Okay, well, we can do that. We've got to put harvest somewhere on Thursday, right? And no films are after harvest, so therefore we know that harvest has to be in the last position because no films are after it. So simple. We put harvest in there, and we're going to go ahead and put 2 question marks in the other 2 spots on Thursday because we don't know what's going to be there. Could be anything so far, right? They haven't given us anything to indicate what's there. So we'll go ahead and put question marks in there just to denote that we don't know yet what's there. Okay, moving on to the next condition. On Friday, either Greed or Limelight, but not both, is shown, and no film is shown after it on that day. How are we going to annotate that on our chart? Well, we know no films after it, so again, just like harvest, we've got to put that in the last spot, right, on Thursday. But we don't know exactly what's there yet for sure. It could be either Green or Limelight, right, but not both. So what else can we draw from that fact other than just that Greed or Limelight is going to be in the last spot? Well, we know that no film is shown more than once per day, right? So if Greed or Limelight, but not both, are shown in that last spot, then we know that that eliminates a whole spot for us, right, on Thursday, because we can't put anything, we can't have 3 films that day, because if we've got Greed, we can't have Limelight. If we've got Limelight, we can't have Greed, right? So it's going to be either Greed in harvest or Limelight in harvest on Thursday, or nothing, or Greed and Limelight, or Limelight and nothing. So what we can do is put an X right there in the middle block. That goes ahead and lets us know that nothing is going to be in that spot ever. And we're done with that. Moving on to the next condition. On Friday, either greed or limelight on Saturday, either greed or limelight, but not both, is shown, and no film is after it. Greed or harvest, but not both is shown, and no film is shown after it on that day. So kind of similar to the last condition, right? Except it's greed or harvest now. So we can do the same thing. Go ahead and fill it in, and for the same reasons, we've got greed or harvest, but not both, and we can put an X in the middle slot, because for the same reason, we're only going to have 2 films on Friday or Saturday. Okay, so everybody can see how we laid that out. Now that you've got that layout done, you're in a position to go ahead and start answering questions, right? This is all the information we've got from the fact pattern, so we are in the best possible position we could be in to start answering questions at this point. There's no reason to wait any longer. Go ahead and launch into answering questions. So, first question, number 26. What could be, the question as actually written is, one of the following could be a complete and accurate description of the order in which the films are shown in this festival. That's a little needlessly complicated way of saying what they want to say, but really all they're asking you is what could be a complete order of the films, right? And they're going to give us what film is on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday in each of these questions. Well, really, the only way to do this, there's 2 things you could do here. One, you could go through each option and try it. Throw it into our chart and see if it works. And that's what we're actually going to walk through and do. The other option is to go through first, before you do that, and try to eliminate some of the answers that already violate the rules, just right on their face. You can tell they violate the rules just by looking at them. But what we're going to do is just walk through each one and see if we can figure out what the answer is. So, first one, answer A. We've got Thursday, limelight, then harvest. And then we've got Friday, limelight, and then Saturday, harvest. Okay, that makes sense. Which rule applies to this scenario that's going to throw this out? Clearly, rule number 1, right? Because we don't have greed in here. If you look at the options for A, we've got limelight, then harvest, then limelight, then harvest. Where is greed? We don't have it. Therefore, we can throw that one out right off the bat. We don't have each film at least once. X that off. Move on. Don't spend any more time on it. Option B, we've got harvest, greed, then limelight. Then on Saturday, we've got limelight, and then greed. Okay. What's the problem with that answer? Well, it's your Friday, greed, and then limelight, right? We know that greed and limelight can't be on both on Friday. We've got greed or limelight, not both, right? So we can eliminate that question, or that answer, right off the bat. Exit out, move on, don't think about it anymore. Moving on, option C. Option C, we've got Thursday, harvest. Okay, that works. Heck, we know harvest is in there already, right? That's part of the basic fact pattern. Friday, limelight. Okay, that works. We've got greed or limelight, not both. So just having limelight on Friday is perfectly fine. Saturday, we've got limelight and then greed. Well, we know greed's okay to be in the last position because we've got greed or harvest, but not both there. And then limelight, no reason limelight couldn't be in the first position because we've got greed in that second position, and that means we've got all 3 covered, right? We've got harvest, limelight, and greed covered. We've got at least one each day, and we've got no film more than once per day. So all the conditions are okay there with C. And what you would do in real life is realize that, hey, that worked, right? That could be a complete order. And remember these absolutes that the LSAT speaks in. Since that is a possible order, and we just came up with a way that it could fit into the chart, you're done. You know that that is the answer, right? There's no way that it could be anything else because that one works. They're not going to give you 2 right answers, right? So if you're confident that that one works, you stop there, you bubble in C, and you move on to the next question. Trust your chart, trust yourself. don't waste time going through the other two options if you know for sure that C is the one, right? And in this case, since we found that it could be a complete order, we're done at C. That's the answer. But for the sake of learning, and since we're doing a tutorial here, we are going to go ahead and go through D and E just so you see why they are not the right answer. But I want you to realize that in real life, if this were happening on the test, you would stop there at C, bubble it in, and go to the next question. Don't spend any more time on it. Okay, so option D, why does this one not work? Let's see. Thursday, greed, harvest, then limelight. Well, right off the bat there, not going to work, right? Because harvest is last on Thursday. And we know that from the rule that harvest and nothing comes after harvest. But we don't even have to go back and look at that rule, right? Because we've got our chart already here that shows harvest in the last position. Trust your chart. See that limelight's not going to fit there. Eliminate that option. Move on. Okay. Option E. Thursday we've got greed, then harvest. Well, that could work on our chart, right? Okay. Friday we've got limelight, then harvest. Oh, nope. There's a problem right there. Harvest can't be in that last position. We have to know it has to be greed or limelight, not both. That answer is wrong. Mark it out, move on. So now, even if you weren't sure about C, now you can be really sure about C because the other ones definitely don't work. So you see how that process of elimination works. That's really all you have to do in a lot of these cases. And once you've got the chart, these things basically answer themselves a lot of the time. If you've got a good chart developed for yourself off the bat, you'll be in a good position to answer these questions quickly and easily without stressing out about them too much. Okay, let's try number 27 here. 27 says, which of the following cannot be true? And what we're going to do again is just go through the same process of elimination. Really, that's the best way to answer a lot of these things is to just try the answers as you read them through and see if they're, see if they work. So, option A, harvest is the last film shown on each day of the festival. Is that possible? Well, it could be on the first day. In fact, has to be, right? We've already established that. On Friday, can harvest be the last film on that day? Nope. Sure can't because we know it's greed or limelight, but not both. Okay, so we've already established that A cannot be true. That is the answer to this question. Bubble it in, move on, right? You're done. Don't waste any more of your time. We've gone through half of the first answer and we're already done. We are on to 28. But since we're learning here, we'll go through the rest of the options. But keep in mind, in real life, you'd stop right there and move on. Okay, so B, limelight is shown each day of the festival. Is that possible? Well, sure, we could put it in either one of those first boxes in front of harvest. That'd be fine. We've got an explicit option for it on Friday, where we circle it as the last option. And then on Saturday, we could put it at the beginning. There's nothing to keep us from putting it first on Saturday. So that option could be true. That's not the answer. Moving on to C. Greed is shown second on each day of the festival. Let's see, could you do that? Well, you could certainly put greed second in the second two, right? But you can't necessarily put greed second on all three of them. So that doesn't work because you can't have greed second in that first one, or it's not going to work out right for you. Moving on to option D, a different film is shown first each day. Does that work? Nope, we can't do that either because of those two restrictions on Friday or Saturday. It's not going to let that work out. And then E, a different film is shown last each day. We've got harvest last the first day, greed or limelight the second day, and then greed or harvest the last day. So there's no way to do a different film on the last slot on each day there. That's not going to work out either. But again, you can go through those options, but really you're kind of losing a little bit of time there. Think about that. Because we knew back at option A that we had the right answer. We could stop there. Okay, moving on to question 28. And the call to the question is, if limelight is never shown again during the festival once greed is shown, then which of the following is the maximum number of film showings that it could occur during the festival? Okay, so the key term there is what? Is maximum, right? They want to know what the highest number of times, highest number of films, period, that we could show if limelight is never shown once greed is shown. So how would we achieve that? Well, probably we're going to have to put greed in the last possible spot, right? Because after we put greed in there, we're eliminating some of our options, right? So the easiest way to figure this out is to put greed in the last possible spot that we can right off the bat. So if we do that, put greed in the last spot on Saturday, right? That's the first step. Then what else can we fill in if we know that? We can kind of fill in on quite a bit of this chart, believe it or not, after we know that information, right? We could theoretically we can try out some options here. We can put limelight up in the top corner. Maybe we'll put limelight first, and then harvest last that day, because it's got to be there. And then we'll put limelight last on Friday. And then that means harvest has got to go first, right? Because we've got to show harvest on that second day. Then finally on Saturday, we've already got greed. So what can we do there? Put limelight at the beginning. And now, what have we got? We've got one more question mark there. Can we fill in that last question mark? Well, what's the only film we could put up there? We could put greed, right? Except that then we wouldn't be able to show limelight anymore, so we can't do that. So our only option really is to leave that one blank, right? Which leaves us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 films, and that's your answer. Answer D, 6 films is the answer to that question. And you could try various other permutations to figure out a higher number, but really, what's the only higher number you could get is 7. And are you going to be able to do that? No, you're not going to be able to do that, because if you move greed around, it's going to throw off your limelights. So the best thing to do when you get a situation like this, where it's maximum under a certain condition, take it to the extreme right off the bat by putting greed in the very last spot, and then fill in from the other conditions, and you'll be set. You'll be able to figure those out in the fastest possible way. So the answer D6 on that question. Okay, moving on to question 29. Question 29. If greed is shown exactly 3 times, harvest is shown exactly twice, and limelight is shown exactly once, then which of the following must be true? And we've got several options. Okay, so what do we need to do here? We've got our base chart. First thing we want to do is fill it in, right? We're going to fill in given that fact pattern. So we know greed is shown exactly 3 times. Let's go ahead and put that in. We need to have greed on that first day in order to make that happen, right? So we're going to go ahead and put greed on that first day. And then we'll probably need greed in that second day. So since it's greed or limelight, not both, we're going to have to make Friday's second one greed. And then the final one could be greed or harvest, but we're going to need greed in there in some point in that spot. So it could necessarily, we're going to have to use greed there as well, right? And then the other condition we know, the next one, once we've got those 3 greeds in there, is that harvest is shown exactly twice, right? So we've got harvest for sure up in the top right corner. It's already there. It's on the chart. Where else can we put harvest? Only spot is first one on Friday, right? Because we can't put it on the first one on Saturday because it's greed or harvest, not both. So once we put greed in there to get the 3 greeds in, we can no longer use harvest on Saturday at all. So our only option is to put that first on Friday. And the final condition is that limelight is shown exactly once. Well, where could we put limelight? A few more options here, right? Could be in that first position on Saturday. We just got an open question mark there. Could also be in the middle position on Thursday. Either one of those work with the rules. So could be in either spot. And we're going to annotate that by putting limelight and then in parentheses 1x. So we know one of time limelight shows up in one of these two spots. Right? That makes it easiest for us to remember that that's not a definite position. That's something that it could be in either spot. And you can also use a little question mark there. Whatever system of annotation works for you is perfectly fine, as long as you remember what it means and stick with it. Stick with the same thing. Okay, so now that we've got our chart filled out, this is the maximum amount we can fill out the chart on this question. And you're always going to want to do that. Every time you get a question, fill out your chart as much as you can before you start going through the options. That way you can apply the options to that chart as it's already been filled out. Okay, but now that we're at that point, we'll start going through the options, which must be true. And remember, the must here has to be true. There's no way that it cannot be true. If we can find a way that it's not true, it's not the answer. So first question, or first answer, excuse me, A. All 3 films are shown on Friday. Is that possible? Nope. In fact, that's never possible, right? Because we already eliminated one of the positions on Friday. So we can eliminate A as the answer right off the bat and pretty easily. B. Exactly 2 films are shown on Saturday. Well, that's possible because we could have Limelight and Greed, right? That would be exactly 2 films on Saturday. But Limelight doesn't have to go there. We've got an option for either one of those 2 spots. Could be on first on Saturday or second on Thursday. Therefore, if we put it second on Thursday, we're only going to have 1 film on Saturday. So that does not have to be true. It's possible that it is, but it does not have to be. Therefore, that is not the right answer. Moving on. C. Limelight and Harvest are both shown on Thursday. Well, we know that doesn't work because we've already filled in our chart and we've got to put Greed in that second position on Thursday, or excuse me, on Friday. Oh, this is on Thursday. Limelight and Harvest are both shown on Thursday. Okay, again, same thing. This is possible, right? Because we've got Limelight as a possibility in that middle slot. And it could be there, but it could also be down on Saturday. Therefore, we've got a way that it could be true, but it is not a have to be. It is not must be true. So therefore, that is not the right answer. If you can come up with a way that it's not true on these must questions, it's not the answer. Moving on to option D. Greed is the only film shown on Saturday. Can we get away with doing that? Let's see. Well, if we did that, if we put just Greed on Saturday, what would happen? Would we have a full chart? Well, if we just put Greed on Saturday, that means we've got to put Limelight up in on Thursday. Do we have all the conditions satisfied? Have we got each film at least once? Yes, we've got Greed, Harvest, and Limelight. Yep. And we've got at least 1 per day. Okay, sure, we've got that. And never more than once per day. Yep, we've got that. So again, same thing, right? That we can make that work out, but don't get trapped into thinking that just because you came with a way that it could work out, that's the answer, right? It's easy to, when you get into these questions, these must questions, to start thinking, oh, I've just got to find a way that this works out and I'm set. But that's not it. You've got to find a way that it must be true. And again, just like the last couple, we've got the same situation. We could put Limelight up there and make Greed the only thing on Saturday, but we don't have to. We can put it down on on Thursday. We can put it down on Saturday, and then it's not true. So that's not the answer either, because it is not a categorical imperative there that we put only Greed on Saturday. Final option, and if you're in the test and you've just eliminated all the other options, A through D, don't even take the time to look at what option E is because you're done, right? You know that it is the last answer, therefore you don't even need to think about it. Circle that, bubble it in, and move on. But just for the sake of the exercise here, let's look at what it says. Harvest and greed are both shown on Friday. Yep, that's exactly what it shows on our chart. And there are no options in there. We don't have any little question marks indicating that we could move things around in those blocks. So therefore, we have to have harvest and greed on Friday, and E is the answer. So again, you will see that this question, though it might seem kind of hard when you first look at it, is really pretty easy if you've got your chart filled in right. If you get to the point where you've got this chart with your limelight options and the other ones filled in for sure, all these questions kind of answer themselves. It's really not that tough. It's getting the chart there that's a little bit tricky sometimes. So once you do that, trust your chart. Don't go back and second guess yourself. If you start doing that, you're going to kind of fall into the pit of ultimate despair on these questions and go back and recheck your work over and over again. If we had gotten to E and thought, oh yeah, well that kind of seems like it must be true, but what if B? Shoot, what if B or C? What if I messed up something back there? What if I missed something on my chart and I got it wrong, and now my answer is not coming out right? Well, you can engage in that kind of second guessing, but you really don't have time to do it. You need to trust your chart once you establish it, go with it, pick your question, and move on. And you can see how that works.
Do you have any tips for the speeding up the drawing of the chart?
Speeding up the drawing of the chart? The best thing to do we've got a question, from online, and the question is, do we have any tips for speeding up the drawing of the chart? And I would say the best thing you can do there is to practice. There's really no universal way to do the charts because the LSAT folks like to come up with all sorts of combinations and ways to make these things challenging and complicated for you, right? You will see a lot of these grid charts. It's going to be pretty much similar to that a lot of the time. But in order to speed it up, my best suggestion is to do a lot of these questions, because when you do that, you will start to see the same patterns over and over and over again. Even though they're going to try to come up with a zillion different options, there's really, there are a finite number of ways they can organize these questions. And you'll start to figure out how you can draw that chart pretty quickly and get it filled in. Hopefully that answers the online question. We'll go ahead and move into question 30. This one says, if limelight is shown exactly 3 times, harvest is shown exactly twice, and greed is shown exactly once, then one of the following is a complete and accurate list of the films shown on Thursday. So this is kind of similar to the last question, right? They're telling us how many times each one is shown, then we've got to answer a question based on that. So same sort of situation. We're just going to fill in our chart, and then we'll be able to answer the question pretty easily. So first criteria, limelight is shown 3 times. Let's just fill that in. Well, we've got to get it once on every day if it's going to be shown 3 times, right? That's pretty easy to figure out right off the bat. So on Thursday, could be in either of the first 2 positions to satisfy that, right? Doesn't disagree with any of the rules to put it in either of the first 2 positions on Thursday. Then on Friday, we know it's got to be in the last position, because on that day we've got greed or limelight, not both. So we can't put greed in that position, because then we wouldn't be allowed to put limelight. We wouldn't be able to get to 3. So it's got to be in the last position on Friday. And then on Saturday, well, there's only one spot for it, because the last one is greed or harvest, not both. So it's got to be in that first position on Saturday. So that's the summation of all our potential spots for limelight, given this scenario. So the next criteria, harvest is shown exactly twice. Well, we've got one spot for harvest just from the basic facts. It's up in the upper right corner there. We're just going to leave it there. Where else could we put harvest? Well, we've really only got one spot because there's only one question mark. So we can put it there in the first spot on Friday, and then theoretically we could also have it on the last spot on Saturday, right? So it could go in either one of those. And we'll just put a little question mark down there by the greed or harvest, not both, to denote that we've kind of got a question mark there as to what's in that block at this point. Okay, then we know that greed is shown exactly once. Well, where can we put greed? Unfortunately, for the simplicity of this problem, there's several places we could put greed. It could go on the first day in either one of those spots, nothing to keep us from putting it in the limelight spots we've got up there. And it could also go down in the bottom right corner if we don't put harvest there. So, same notation, we'll just put greed, 1x in each one of those boxes, the top two on the on Thursday, and then the last one on Saturday. And now we've got all of our conditions in the chart, and these are our options, right? So if we get to the question at this point, again, now that we've got our chart filled out, this question is going to be pretty easy to answer. What is the complete list of the films that could be shown on Thursday? Shown first on Thursday, excuse me. Well, let's look at our first box on Thursday. What do we got there? Limelight or greed? Well, that's it. Option D is limelight and greed. We know the answer. We're done. Move on. You don't even have to try all the possibilities on this one because our chart's telling us the answer right off the bat. That makes sense to everybody? I hope that that was pretty clear. Those questions, not too bad, I don't think, in general. If you get the chart down, you'll be in pretty good shape on that on the movie questions. And I think you'll find that they're not too bad. And the better job you do filling out the chart, the more practice you get working on those, the easier it will get to be. Okay, moving on to the second set of questions. First thing to do, set up your table. We've got the same kind of scenario as we did on the first one here with our table. We've got several types of materials that could be recycled, and we've got 3 recycling centers. So whenever you've got two groups like that, whether it's colors, letters, days, times, anything like that set against each other, you're always going to want to set yourself up a grid like the one we've got here. So we've got recycling center 1, 2, and 3 on our left side, and then the various materials going across the top. And now we can fill in which ones go where. Okay, so moving on to the first question, first thing we need to do is go ahead and fill in our conditions now that we've got that. And there's quite a few here. Let's see what they tell us. Exactly 5 types. Each recycling center recycles at least 2, but no more than 3 kinds of each material. So we can put that in as a condition, just like we did on the last one. We're going to go ahead and list those by our chart and leave them there for future reference, so we don't have to go back and read the fact pattern again. And then also the following conditions must hold. Any recycling center that recycles wood also recycles newsprint. So to annotate that quickly and make it easy to remember, just put in your notes below your chart, if wood, then news. So now I know anytime I've got wood in my chart at a recycling center, I've got to have newsprint too. Makes the life easy to annotate those quickly and shortly so you can reference them in the future. And again, same kind of thing. You've got to use a system that works for you. So come up with your own system there. Don't try to necessarily follow anyone else's system. You'll find a lot of different annotation systems in LSAT prep guides, and all of them are okay. Nothing wrong with using one of those systems as long as it works for you and you remember what it means every time. If you find that you don't, if it's confusing to you, come up with your own system that is not confusing to you and that you will recognize the minute you see it. That's the important part. Okay, next condition. Every kind of material that center 2 recycles is also recycled at 1. That's another condition. So all materials in number 2, also in number 1. We'll put that down. Only one of the recycling centers recycles plastic, and that recycling center does not recycle glass. So that's really 2 conditions, kind of disguised as 1, right? We've got only one center does plastic, and then if we've got plastic, no glass. So we're going to put down both of those conditions in our list of conditions. Now this, if you've noticed, we haven't filled in our chart at all yet, right? Most of these facts or conditions that they gave us didn't really give us anything to put in our chart. And these are the kind of questions you dread, right? Because the more things you've got in your chart, the better off you are and the easier things are to answer. So this one didn't help us that much right off the bat. But there is more that we can do. We don't have to stop there. We need to think about how these conditions impact our chart before we move into answering questions. So what else can we figure out? Well, from the two conditions, all materials in 2 are also in 1, and only one center does plastic, we can deduce that plastic cannot be in recycling center 2, right? Because if we put plastic in recycling center number 2, it would also have to be in 1, and then we've got it more than once, and we violated our other rule. So we can go ahead and put a no right there in the middle on plastic for number 2. Also, similarly from the conditions, we can deduce a couple other conditions for ourselves to make our lives easier. Knowing that each material is in at least one center, each has a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 3, and that all materials in 2 are also in 1. If you apply that to the chart, you can figure out that 2 of the materials are going to have to only be in number 3, right? Because if you fill in the minimum or the maximum in number 2 and they're also in 1, that leaves us with 2 that have to be in number 3 in order to make that work. So we can put that as a deduced condition. These are kind of like your secondary conditions that you're figuring out from the other conditions. Okay, also from the fact that we know that there's a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 3, and then all that are in 2 are in 1, we can figure out that at least 2 of the same must be in both 2 and number 1. And this seems kind of obvious, but go ahead and write it down. If you think about that and you can deduce that condition, write it down because it might help you on one of the questions. You might see something that violates that and you'll know right off that it's wrong or that it's right, depending on that call of the question. Okay, so that's about all we can do filling in conditions on this question, or on this set of questions. And we've got to jump right into answering questions. And you'll notice our chart is woefully unfilled out, which is unfortunate, but not to worry, it will work out. Now, number 31, in the interest of time, we're not going to go through each one of the possible answers on this one, but suffice to say, this is very similar to the questions in greed and in the films question, where really all you've got to do in order to figure this out is one of two things. Either you plug in each answer to your chart and see if it satisfies the rules or violates the rules, or 2, and this is kind of the slightly more efficient, but it takes a little bit higher level of skill, is to go through first and eliminate any options that on their face, just glancing at the answer, violate a rule, and then go back and fill in the ones that you can't tell. That's really what you want to go for. But if you get into a crunch and you're on the exam and you can't figure out how to do that, go ahead and just try each one. It's better than just being at a loss there. That's really a lot of times what you have to do on these analytical questions. So we're going to go ahead and jump to the right answer on this one and act like we tried each one. It's going to be number B. Letter B, B works out. Have glass, news, and tin in the first one, glass, news, and tin in the second one, and then news, plastic, and wood in the bottom one. And that covers all the conditions. But we could easily have gone through and figured that out by just plugging in each one. But it does take a little bit of time. Okay, so moving on to question number 2. Which of the following is a complete and accurate list of the recycling centers in Rivertown, any one of which could recycle plastic? Well, this one, fortunately for us, we filled out our chart the best we can, and we can answer this one right off the bat. We know that plastic can't be in number 2, so that eliminates option E right off the bat because it's got number 2 in it, and option C right off the bat also has number 2. But we've got 2 blanks there under plastic in 1 and 3. So theoretically, we could have plastic in either one of those. And we can jump right to the correct answer, which is D, centers 1 or 3. Pretty easy, low-lying fruit on that one. Don't let those easy questions get away from you. One of the things about the LSAT overall, and we'll talk a little bit more about this in the tips section later on this afternoon, but one of the general principles to keep in mind on the LSAT is that all of the questions are worth 1 point. It does not matter how hard or easy they are, they're still worth a point. So there is no reason to skip over an easy question in order to spend 10 minutes working out a really hard question. You need to make sure you get all those easy points because they're worth just as much as that question that took you 10 minutes to work out and maybe get right. So if you got easy questions, make sure you do them. And the flip side of that is if you've got extremely hard questions, sometimes it's worth your time to leave that one aside and go ahead and see if you can't get a couple more easy ones in that group of questions, and then come back if you're doing okay in your time and you've got time to that really tough one. But don't let your time get away from you working on really hard questions and end up in a situation where you don't have time to answer the easy ones. And again, we'll talk about that a little bit more when we get into the tips section. Okay, moving on. Question number 33. If number 2 recycles 3 materials, then which of the following must number 3 recycle? Okay, so we're going to go ahead and put that as another condition on our list of conditions, right? Because they just gave us one. Number 2 recycles 3 materials. What does that also mean for us? What can we deduce from our conditions? That number 1 also recycles 3 materials. Same thing, right? We know that must be true. So how are we going to figure this out? Well, first thing to do is to fill in as much as we can. We know that plastic can't be in number 2, so therefore it can't be in number 1, right? So therefore since we have to have plastic somewhere, it's got to be in number 3. So we really don't have to go through too much analysis to figure this question out. Now we know 3 must recycle plastic right off the bat. The easiest things to fill in gave us the answer. So no reason to go into trying options on that one at all. All you have to do is start filling in your chart, given the conditions, and you're done. Easy points there. That's one of those ones that you don't want to miss because it's not that bad. Okay, moving on to number 34. If each center recycles exactly 3 materials, which could be true? And we've got several options here. So let's walk through this. We'll add a condition that all centers must recycle 3 materials, right? That gives us one condition. Can't really fill anything on the chart from that, but we can add as another condition. We also know that number 2 and number 1 are going to have the same 3 materials because everything in 2 is in number 1. So we can add those 2 conditions right off the bat. And again, same as the last question, we can fill in our plastic. We know that one for the same reasons. If it's not in number 2, can't be in number 1, therefore it has to be in number 3. Okay, what else can we fill out on this chart? This one's going to take a little bit more filling out to get to the answer. What else can we do? Well, we know if there's plastic, there's not glass. So we can fill in a no right there on glass in number 3. What else does that tell us? Well, keeping on down the line, and we know if there's no glass in number 3, it's got to be in either 1 or 2. And since everything's the same in 1 and 2 in this scenario, we've got to have glass in both of those scenarios. Okay, now it gets a little bit trickier. What can you fill in next? Well, we've got to get wood in there somewhere. And wood is kind of a special scenario in this one because wood trips another one, right? We've got if wood, then news. And we've got to get 3 in each case. So wood is going to be kind of the critical deciding factor in in the rest of this question to get to the answer. So what we're going to do is create a couple options based on where we put that. And this is what you do when you kind of get stuck. A lot of times these questions, when they're more difficult, like this one than the first one, relative to the films question, you're going to end up with a split in your answers. It's kind of going to go down 2 paths, or If you're particularly unlucky, it's going to go down 3 or 4 different paths, and you're going to have several options of how you could go and fill out the chart from there on out. In this case, we've just got 2 options. Because 2 and 1 are the same, we can either put wood in 1 and 2, or we can put it in 3, right? And if we do that, then we know news has to follow suit, because if wood, then news. So we can summarize that by filling it in this way, putting option 1 under news, then option 2, same thing under wood. Now we know that it's going to go one of those 2 ways. Okay, so what do we do next? Next thing to do is to actually flesh out each of those options, and then we'll probably come to an answer. We should be able to come to an answer. So option 1, if we fill that out, that means that we do have wood in 1 and 2, which means we also have news in 1 and 2. That means we don't have news in 3, and we also don't have news in 4, right? So that chart summarizes our option 1 that we've come up with. And again, we can do the same thing for option 2. If we put yes in news, we put yes in wood for center 3, we can fill in the rest of the chart. We know we can't have wood, in 1 and 2, because that would throw off our total number of materials in 1 and 2. But we do have to have 10 in news kind of to fill in the amount to get the right number of materials total. Why can't you put wood in 1 and 2 and 3 in all 3? Because then you don't get a 10 in there. If you all see that. If we were to fill in a yes under wood and 1 and 2, we'd also have to have news, and then we've already got our 3 materials in 1 and 2, and we wouldn't have anywhere to put 10. So we can't do that. So this summarizes our option 2. And what you're going to want to do is try to compare these two to each other. So here's our 2 options that we've come up with. And now that we've got that filled out the maximum we can, go back and look at the question. What was the question? If each recycling center recycles exactly 3 materials, and we know that these are the 2 options that come from that scenario, then which of the following could be true? So which of the following is possible? Only center 2 recycles glass. Is that possible? Nope. We know that from the very beginning of filling out our chart. It's got to be 1 and 2 that recycle glass. Only number 3 recycles newsprint. Do we have any scenario where that works? No, we've got to have it at least in 2 of them. Only center 1 recycles plastic. Now, again, we know right off the bat that's not going to work from the very beginning of filling in our chart. Only center 3 recycles tin. Could we do that? Yeah, sure, we could. Under option 1, we've got tin just in center 3. So if you're on the test, you stop right there. That is possible. Therefore, it could be true. You're done. Move on. Bubble it in. But just to make sure, since we're here in the learning process, let's look at letter E. Only center 1 recycles wood. Is that possible? Nope, because if it's in 1, it's got to be in 2, so that is not possible. So we're now sure that D is the answer for number 34. Okay, moving on to question number 35. If center 3 recycles glass, then which of the following kinds of materials must center 2 recycle? We're going to do the same thing here. We're going to just kind of fill out the chart the best we can, and then go ahead and answer the question. So let's put a yes in glass on number 3, because that's in the facts. And then what do we know if we've got glass? Or if we know that if there's plastic, there's no glass. So if we do have glass, then we can't have plastic, is the inverse of that same conclusion. So we can put a no on 3 for plastic, which means what? We've got to put a yes on plastic for number 1, right? And we're moving right along, filling the chart in as best we can. What else can we do there? We know if plastic, no glass, right? We've already talked about that. So that means we can put a no in recycling center 1 under glass. Easy enough. We also know that everything in 2 is in 1, so we couldn't put glass in 2 because then it would have to be in 1, so we can put a no in there. That's not too hard. So moving along, this is our chart at this point, right? Not filled in as much as we'd probably like it to be, but it's what we've got. So our next scenario, we run into this whole wood and news problem again. And a lot of times when you see this, if one thing then the other, it's going to be this kind of turning point. And again, we've got a dual option scenario depending on where we put wood. So let's try it out. Option 1, let's say we put wood in center 2. What can we do then? Well, we could put, we'd have to put news in there under option 1, right? If we put it in, if we put wood in there. So that's a yes. Then what else could we fill out? Well, we know that everything in 1 has to be the same as 2, so we can fill that out. We know that we can't have wood in, or we have to have wood in 1, and we have to have news in 1. We also know that we've now got our 3 filled out for number 1, so we can't have 10 in that one, which also means we can't have 10 in number 2, because if we had it in 2, it'd have to be in 1. So our chart's getting a little better here. And then finally, since we have to have one of each material somewhere, we've got to have 10 in number 3, and we can't have wood in number 3, because now we've got our chart filled out again, and we can't have news in number 3 for the same reason, because we would have too many materials there. If we put wood in number 3, we'd have to have news, but we also have to have 10 because it can't go anywhere else, and then we'd be up to 4, so we can't do that. So this is your entire chart under option 1, and it's kind of nice when you can do this if you can get it to the point where you've got everything filled in. You know what option 1 is. Okay, let's go through option 2 all the way back to the beginning. If we put a no for wood in there in recycling center 2. What have we got? We've got to put a yes for news in 10, because if you fill out the rest of the chart, you remember that 1 has to follow 2, and then that leaves you with very few options for number 3, because wood has to go there, which means news has to go there, which means you're up to the maximum number of materials, which means no 10. So the answer to this question, under both of these scenarios that we worked out, regardless of where we put the wood, we end up with news in both. That gives you the answer. B, it is news. Hopefully that makes sense to everybody. That one is a little bit complicated. Don't feel awful if you had a hard time getting through that one. If nothing else, that takes a lot of time. Even if you work through it in the most efficient way, those types of questions do take a lot of time. That's one where if you start getting into that and you see how it's complicated, you might want to go ahead and skip ahead to some of the other ones and make sure you've got the easy ones filled out. Okay, check our time here. Final question is question number 36. If center 1 is the only center that recycles wood, which of the following could be a complete and accurate list of the kinds of materials that one of the recycling centers recycles? Let's see. So if 1 is the only one that does wood, well, let's just go ahead and fill that in. 1 is the only one that does wood. Let's put a yes in 1 and a no in both of the next ones. That's just the facts they gave us. What do we know from that? Well, if wood, then news, so we can fill in the news there. And also, because of the only materials that are in 2 are in 1, we have to fill in a no in the plastic and a yes in the news for number 2. And you know that each material has to be in 1 center, so that helps us fill in a couple more things. We can't have glass in number 3, because if glass, then no plastic, right? We've got that. That gives us one more block, which means because of the 1 and 2 rule that they've got to have glass in both 1 and 2. That fills in another block. So now we know that we're done with number 1 because we've got 3 materials there already. So we've got to put a no in 10, which means we've got to put a no in 10 for number 2, because if it's in 2, it's in 1. which allows us to fill out the rest of the chart there. We have to have 10 in center 3 because it's the only place it can go. And news is kind of up in the air on 3, right? It could go there or not go there. It wouldn't violate a rule if it did, or it didn't, either way. So now that we've got our chart completely filled out there, what is the answer? Answer is A, plastic and tin. Running back to the question, what is a complete and accurate list of the materials that one of the recycling centers recycles? If you go through these options, none of them work except plastic and tin. You could theoretically just have plastic and tin in number 3. And if you'd filled out your chart correctly and completely and started going through those options, you'd hit that one right off the bat and you'd save yourself a lot of time. There's no reason to check the other options because that could be, theoretically, it is possible for that to be an option. And you wouldn't even have to go through the list. If you do, you'll find out that they can't be options. For instance, B, newsprint and wood. Can we have just newsprint and wood in any of these? Nope, wouldn't work. Can we have just newsprint and tin? Nope. Glass and wood? Nope, can't do it. Glass and tin? Nope, can't do it. So there you go. That's how you get through that last question on that section. That is it for the analytical questions that you had on this morning's practice test. I hope working through those gave you some idea of how to develop your skills in that section. We're about out of time on analytical questions, but I hope that was useful to you. The main key points to remember are that 1, always have a diagram. 2, always keep your primary conditions that the fact pattern or the question gives you right there at the beginning so you can refer back to them quickly. Point 3, come up with a system of notation that works for you. You don't need to be guessing at your system of notation. You also don't need to be using somebody else's if you can't remember what it means. So come up with something that works for you that you remember all the time without even thinking about it. And then finally, fill in what you can. Come up with deduced conditions if you can. Look at that set of conditions and at your chart and see what you can fill in. Maybe you can fill in something automatically like we did in the first one where we could put harvest up in that top corner without even thinking about it. Then it's there for the rest of the questions. Makes our life a little easier. Or maybe like in this one, we can deduce some more conditions from the primary conditions. Like for instance, plastic can't be in number 2. Can you imagine trying to answer some of these questions if we hadn't figured out that plastic couldn't be in number 2? I'd say a good half of these questions would be very difficult to answer, pretty much impossible to answer if we hadn't deduced that condition right off the bat. Certainly would have taken us a lot longer. So try to put the time in to do that right off the bat. And that concludes the analytical reasoning section of the course today. Next, we're going to have our lunch, but first I'll open up just for a couple minutes. We've got about 5 minutes left, so I'm going to open it up to see if there's any questions.
Someone would like to go over question 35 in a bit more detail.
35, let's see. Let's go back to, we had a question on 35. I want to go over that in a bit more detail. Let's see, and I'm not sure exactly what part of 35 they wanted to cover.
They came up with answer D.
D on 35? Oh, 10? That's a little tough to do. I'm not sure how...
That's actually
35D is 10? I might have my notes wrong on that one. I came up with a scenario for newsprint, but I might have my notes wrong there. Let's see. Oh, okay, we've got 2 options here. Which must, number 2, recycle 10? Let's see. Oh, well, I can see that. I can see how 10 would be the right answer, which means I've got my notes wrong on that. So I apologize. Number 35 should be D10. That's correct. And thank you for that, whoever pointed that out. Yeah, in fact, that's what it says on my slide. I apologize. any other questions we can help you guys with before we go to the next portion of the course today? Okay, then what we're going to do next is have a question and answer session over lunch. I'm going to introduce to you Corey Reif, who's our Director of Admissions here at Appalachian School of Law. And if you've got any questions about the law school application process, the admissions process, anything to do with attending law school in your first years, any of those questions, please shoot them at us now. Corey's going to come up here and answer those for you. We're also going to use this as our lunch break. So we're going to reconvene to go through the next section at 1 o'clock. But please feel free to go ahead with the question and answer right now. Without further delay, I'm introduced to you Corey Reif.
Hi guys, I'm Corey Reif. I'm the Director of Admissions here at Appalachian School of Law. I'm also a graduate of ASL's class of 2014. Thanks for taking part in this LSAT prep course today. I know that several of you are registered to take the LSAT in June, here in just a couple of weeks. So hopefully this is some last minute help for you there. And if you're not taking the June LSAT, then you've got plenty of time to prepare for the next one. So that being said, does anybody have any questions about the application process, life in Grundy, life at ASL? I'm an open book. I'll give you guys just a few minutes to get this typed out and sent over.
We have a question that asks, what is the LSAT score that we need to enter ASL?
ASL has a very holistic application review method, so we actually don't have a minimum LSAT score or GPA requirement. What we do instead is we look at all components of the application. We'll look at your undergraduate GPA, any graduate school work that you may have completed. We'll look at any involvement in the community that you've taken part in. We're real big on community service. We'll look at your personal statement, the story of you, any difficulties that you've overcome in your college career. So we look at everything holistically and then make the decision based on the entire application. What I can tell you is that last year's entering 1L class, we did have a median LSAT score of approximately a 145. Additionally, our scholarship options, the bigger merit scholarship options, they usually will start considering candidates for those with around a score of a 150 coupled with a 3.0 GPA.
Next question is, what is the process like? Do we need recommendation? What are the steps?
We do. Our application for fall 2016 enrollment is still currently free online. If we do consider the June LSAT score, so if you've waited a little too late and you're not registered for June LSAT score, that's okay. Our application for next year will go live in September. The first thing you'll need to do is locate the application online, create an account with lsac.org and the Credential Assembly Service. We do require a personal statement. We try to keep that around 500 words or less. And then we require 2 letters of recommendation, but we'll consider up to 4. Once all of those are received by LSAC, we receive them, and then we try to keep about a 2-week turnover window from the time that we receive your full completed application to when a decision is actually rendered.
The next question is, talk a little bit about the personal statement.
The personal statement, what you're going to want to do with that is really just tell the story of you. Take the opportunity to tell the admissions committee, exactly who you are, why you're interested in law school, and why you're drawn to Appalachian School of Law specifically. We're not, it's a little bit different than if you imagine like a cover letter for a job. We want to know the personal details. We want to know what makes you you, more so than just things that we could easily pull off of a resume or a college transcript. I hope that helps. If you need a little more clarification, I could probably dig really deep and try a little better.
Does ASL seek June test takers in August?
We do. We do. What I would suggest is if your first LSAT score is going to come through in June, what that means is you actually won't receive your score until early to mid-July. So what I would suggest is go ahead and complete the application portion of our application, and that way once LSAC receives your score, we receive everything pretty quickly, and we can expedite the process. But you do have time to sit for the June LSAT, June LSAT in June, and then enroll in August.
What's the GPA requirement?
We don't have a minimum GPA requirement either. Like I said, it's a very holistic process, so we're going to look at every component of your application together. Any other questions? Just a minute, and then we'll let you guys have lunch.
What is the cost of living in Grundy?
This may not be the most professional way to phrase this, but I like to use the phrase that the cost of living is so cheap it's stupid. Just kind of to put it in perspective for you, I live across the street from the law school, walk to work a lot. Other days I don't, on account of I'm a little bit lazy, shamefully, but walking distance, water bill included, 2-bedroom, 2 full bathrooms, living room, office space, full finished basement, front porch, back porch, and I pay $700 a month. So if that kind of helps to put it in perspective, I know what most of our students live within 5 miles of campus, and they pay anywhere from $400 a month in rent, usually up to $600-700 tops. So it really just depends on what you're looking for. We have everything, from furnished studio apartments to 5-bedroom homes, all within walking distance of campus. Okay, well, if there's no more questions, I know that many practice questions probably worked up an appetite for you guys, so I'm going to let you take lunch. If you think of any other additional questions over your lunch break, don't hesitate. Go ahead and send them over, and we can answer them when we resume at 1 o'clock. All right, enjoy lunch, and we'll see you back here at 1.
folks. Hope you all enjoyed your lunch. We are back again, and we're going to first start off with the logical reasoning section of the LSAT. Then we're next going to jump into the reading comprehension portion without any break in between. Neither one of those sections are going to take too terribly long to go through, so we're going to run those right together. Then we'll take a little break, about 10 or 15 minutes, and then we will go into some test tips and test-taking strategies for a little while. Then we'll do the second practice test so that you can see how you can apply the skills that you've learned today and see if you can improve your scores a little bit between the two practice tests. Okay, but to jump right into logical reasoning, we'll get your PowerPoint back up here in front of you so you all can see it and start into logical reasoning. So these types of questions are designed to test your ability to follow reasoning to a logical conclusion or illogical conclusion. It doesn't really matter. This is kind of trying to get you to think like a lawyer before you're even in law school. That's really kind of what they want you to do here. They want you to look for absolutes. They want you to look for, think critically about what you're reading. Think about those could be versus is versus should be kinds of questions. Analyze evidence for strengths and weaknesses. What's the flaw in somebody's reasoning? How is this flaw the same in this reasoning the same as it is in another fact pattern? Those types of questions. And find arguments or assumptions that support or refute another argument, maybe the given argument. And this is an important section because there's two of these on the LSAT. You're going to get this twice and be scored on it twice. So this is 50% of your score on the LSAT. So it's worth your time to try to improve your skills on these questions. And it will go a long way to improving your score just to think of those few tips versus just coming at it cold. One trick with these is to read the problem in this order. First, you want to read the call to question, and the call to question is the part that actually asks the question. So on our practice test in question 1, the call is, which of the following, if true, would count as evidence against the scientist's explanation of Earth's warming? That's the call to question. Read that first. And the reason to do that is because you need to put the rest of it in context. If you read that call to question first, you'll have that in mind as you read through the passage, and you'll kind of know what you're looking for and what to key in on while you're reading. So then next, read the passage itself, which is the fact pattern that's given in the first question. Is that scientist, and when they do that, they're just saying, hey, scientist says, scientist, Earth's average annual temperature has increased about 0.5 degrees Celsius over the last century. This warming is primarily the result of buildup of minor gases in the atmosphere, blocking the outward flow of heat from the planet. So now you've read the call and the passage. So knowing what we know from the call, you can apply that to the passage, then go into the answer choices. Couple sample types of questions you're going to see on here on this logical reasoning, and there are a lot of various types of questions they can get to, but these are the most common. I just want to quickly run through so you're familiar with them. They may ask you to answer what most accurately reflects the main, or expresses, the main conclusion of the passage. So you may need to kind of sift through the extraneous information in there and figure out what the passage is really getting at. Then two, you could also have which answer uses flawed reasoning that most closely resembles the passage. So say the passage made some particular error in logic or reasoning, and we've got one of those within the practice test, so we'll talk about that when we get to it. But then you've got to identify that same flaw in logic in other fact patterns, which are the answers. Those give people a little bit of trouble, and they also take a little bit of time because the answers tend to be a little longer on those questions. But once you get the hang of it, they're really not too bad. If you guys remember taking the old the LSAT, they have the analogy sections. It's kind of like that. You have to think about the relationship between the first two in the problem, and then how that relates to the relationship in the answers. Then let's see, another type, which of the following most logically completes the argument? So they're going to ask you to read the argument and then figure out what would come next. those kinds of questions, I don't think those are too bad for the most part. Most people seem to do all right with those. Not to say the LSAT folks aren't going to come up with some way to make that tricky, but for the most part, not too bad. And then which answer, if true, most seriously weakens or strengthens the argument? Again, not too terribly bad, but they can make those pretty tricky. A little tougher than the last one, I think. But what you're doing there is just figuring out what in the answer choices would support the evidence or the method of logic, or complete perhaps the method of logic that the passage uses. A couple more, which, if true, most supports the conclusion that. So they may go ahead and give you a conclusion which may or may not really follow closely from the passage, but you've got to go with what it says. So what most supports that conclusion given from the answer choices? And then the argument relies on which of the following assumptions. Sometimes they'll leave a gap in the logic in the passage. They'll say that A is true because of B, and therefore D is true because of E, and they skip the middle step. And what they want you to do here is fill that middle step in. And you can try to identify what that middle step is before you even get there to the answers, and that will help you out when you get to those. Biggest thing to remember, if I can give you one tip on this section, it's that you need to leave your bias, your own personal biases at the door on these types of questions. They could be on any topic. Might be a topic you're very familiar with. Might be something you've never heard about. The answer choices in the passage itself could be completely accurate, could be absolutely true, could be completely, wholly inaccurate. You have no idea. Could be logical, could be illogical. The take-home is that it doesn't matter. Don't get caught up in the truth or non-truth of the facts as they are in real life. It doesn't matter. You've got to take what it says at face value and assume that what they're telling you is true. If something is in the passage, it is true for the purposes of the LSAT. It doesn't matter what happens outside the world. You can't. None of these questions require you to have outside knowledge of any source of any of this stuff. Therefore, don't try to put your outside knowledge into them. They will try to trip you up by giving you dummy answers that will exploit that. Okay. Sometimes you can figure out what the answer is before you look at the choices even. And if you can do that, it helps because it'll speed things up. If you have kind of a general idea of what you're looking for in the answers, it will speed up the process of reading through them. Always choose the best answer. And unlike the last section, the analytical reasoning section, where you could go through, and if you hit the right answer, for instance, in that very first one, we hit A, and that was the right answer. It worked. We were done. We bubble it, and we move on. We can't do that here in this section, unfortunately, because you have to choose the best answer. So even if A is a good answer, we've got to go through B, C, and D, and E and see if there's a better answer, because there very well might be. Now, that's not to say you can't eliminate some of the answers. There will be some throwaway answers. So you could go through, and I suggest you try to, go through and X all, get rid of some of the answers right off the bat. That'll leave you with only the choices that it kind of comes down between. Then you've got to figure out what the best one is. But the take-home is, when you get to a good answer in this section, you can't just stop and move on. You kind of do have to keep on going through them, unfortunately. There might be two that are pretty good answers. You still got to pick the best of those two. And sometimes that's the hardest part of these questions. What is the best of the two? You might think that there's not any that are good. They might all be awful answers, and those are the really hard ones. But you've still got to pick the best. Even if the best is not a very good answer in your opinion, you've still got to pick the best. Use process of elimination. We talked about that a little bit. X out answers that you can. If you can get rid of a few answers, you're upping your odds of getting the right answer quite a bit, even if you do ultimately end up guessing at the end. And again, don't get caught up in the truth of the answers. That's the biggest thing that I would say on this. Because they will try to throw some controversial subjects out there that they hope you think a lot about. And will guide your answer choices, but you need to avoid that. You need to counter that instinct. Okay, so getting into the questions from the practice exam. Question 1, let's read this here. Let's see. Scientists, Earth's average annual temperature has increased by 0.5 degree Celsius over the last century. This warming is primarily the result of the buildup of minor gases in the atmosphere, blocking the outward flow of heat from the planet. So what do we know from that? And actually, let's go through the call of the question first. Let's follow my own advice and go through the call of the question first. Which of the following, if true, would count as evidence against the explanation of the Earth's warming? So if we just read that, what do we know now? We know that the passage is going to, we know the passage is going to present an explanation of the Earth's warming. We need to understand that explanation. We know the answer choices are going to present some kind of contrary facts because it's looking for evidence against that, right? And then we know at least one choice will invalidate the explanation. So knowing that, we can go in and read the passage like we just did. And what can we get from that passage? Well, just the basic facts, really. Average annual temperatures increased by 0.5 degree over the last century, and it's primarily a result of the buildup of minor gases in the atmosphere. So knowing what we know, we can now launch into the answer choices. But before we do that, I want to cue you guys in on a couple of focus words that you really need to pay close attention to when you're reading both the call of the question and the passages in these types of questions. These are words like primarily, always, never, some, slightly, greater, should, probably. You've got to cue in on those types of words because those are the ones that modify whatever it's saying in the passage. And often those are the words that the LSAT folks are going to use to see if you're paying attention. They're trying to make sure you understand that slightly means something different, something somewhat different than some. And many means something different than always. You know, they want you to catch those nuances. That's what you're here for as far as they're concerned. So don't let those opportunities slip by. Instead, key in on those questions as you read them, or those words as you read them. Okay, getting back to question 1. So which answer choice would invalidate the scientist's explanation? Let's look at A. Is that going to do it? Only some of the minor gases whose presence in the atmosphere allegedly resulted in the phenomenon described by the scientists were produced by industrial pollution. This is an exit off right off the bat, right? Because have we talked about industrial pollution anywhere in any of this stuff? Would that make any difference whatsoever? Nope, not at all. That's a quick exit off. We don't need to talk about it anymore. How about B? Most of the warming occurred before 1940, while most of the buildup of minor gases in the atmosphere occurred after 1940. Well, let's think about that. Passage says, scientist says, that the warming is the result of the minor gases building up, right? So if there's a difference, if the warming occurred before the minor gases built up, then that kind of doesn't work very well, does it? That means that his argument is kind of sunk there because there's no matchup at the time. So that's a good possibility, B. How about C? Over the last century, Earth received slightly more solar radiation in certain years than it did in others. Would that make any difference? Does that have any impact on what the scientists said at all? Nope, sure doesn't. How about volcanic dust and other particles in the atmosphere reflect much more of the sun's radiation back into space before it can reach the Earth's surface? Okay, this is an example where they're trying to get you to bring in some outside knowledge. You know, some of you guys might know that there's particles in the atmosphere, and you might think about the connection of those to minor gases and things like that, and think, oh, well, gosh, this kind of works with the call of the question or with the passage, but they're trying to trap you there because this really doesn't explain it or counter it if you think about it. It doesn't work against it. If anything, it works for it. So don't get caught up in that. And then E, the accumulation of minor gases in the atmosphere has been greater over the last century than any other time in Earth's history. Well, that might be true. Probably is true. But is it evidence against the scientist's explanation? Nope, because we don't know about any period other than the last century. And this answer choice goes beyond that period, so that doesn't really help us. So what's our best answer there? It's going to be B, right? And we've got to that by process of elimination. That's generally how you're going to get to these questions, to the answers on these questions for the most part. So, again, just to drive this point home, is the passage factually accurate? Well, kind of. I mean, we could debate that if we wanted to get into the science a lot about the exact truth of that statement, but yeah, for the most part, kind of, right? Is the correct answer factually accurate? Not at all, right? That's probably not true at all. But does it matter? No. The LSAT doesn't care. They don't care whether the question, whether the parts of the question are right, wrong, or otherwise. Okay, moving on to question 2. Okay. The question 2, let's read the call to question first. The reasoning in the consumer's argument is most vulnerable to criticism on the grounds that the argument blank. So what what of these choices is going to most effectively criticize the argument in the passage? So now that we know we're looking for that, we're thinking about criticism of the passage as we read it. Let's read it. The latest Connerly report suggests that Oxenfree packaged meals are virtually devoid of nutritional value, but the Connerly report is commissioned by Danto Foods, Oxenfree's largest corporate rival. And early drafts of the report are submitted for approval to Danto Foods' Public Relations Department. Because of the obvious bias of this report, it is clear that Oxenfree's packaged meals are really nutritious. Okay, well, let's think about that for a minute. What's the problem with that reasoning and the logic in that conclusion? It kind of it skips a step there. There's a gap in the logic, right? They say because the reports are biased, that means that the opposite of the reports is true, which is not necessarily the case, right? So that we already know there's a flaw in the logic. So the correct answer, which is the strongest criticism, is probably going to say something along those lines. So let's see what we've got here. A, treats evidence that there is an apparent bias as evidence that the Connerly report's claims are false. Okay, so they're saying just because there's a bias, that means it's false. That sounds like a pretty decent option, but let's go through the others to make sure there's not a better one. B, draws a conclusion based solely on the unrepresentative sample of Oxenfree's products. Well, we don't really have a sample size at all in there, so we can eliminate that. Fails to take into account the possibility that Oxenfree has just as much motivation to create negative publicity for Danto as Danto has to create negative publicity for Oxenfree. And so watch out for these kinds of answers. This is one where they give you something that sounds pretty good. I mean, that sounds like something that's probably true, right? And it's one of those answers that gets to the everybody's kind of instinct to jump on the, well, he said, no, she said, no, the argument kind of style of logic, but that is not what they're looking for. That's what they're trying to trick you with. So think about whether this really relates to actually provides valuable criticism to the consumer, to the passage, and it doesn't if you really think about it. Because we haven't talked about publicity at all. It doesn't matter for the purposes of this fact pattern. So we're going to X that one off. How about D? Fails to provide evidence that Danto Foods prepackaged foods meals are not more nutritious than Oxenfree's are. Well, that's probably true, but it doesn't criticize the consumer statement there at all, so we're going to have to X out that one. Then E presumes, without providing justification, that Danto Foods' Public Relations Department would not approve a draft of the report that was hostile for Danto Foods products. Now, this is another one that kind of sounds a little bit good if you just read it quickly, but again, same thing. It doesn't actually go to the, doesn't criticize the grounds of the consumer's argument directly. So the best answer there, we picked it up right off the beginning, is A. We haven't come up with a better one. It's possible that we could have, because it's not perfect, and a lot of the answers on this section are not going to be perfect. But that is the best one you've got. Okay, moving on to question 3. And I'm kind of giving you guys the answers straight up off the front here, but I do want to kind of go through and see how we got to those answers on this section. So, call the question here, the argument's conclusion follows logically if one of the following is assumed. So, this is one of those gap fillers, right? They say we have to assume something in one of the answers in order to make the passage make sense or be logical. So what are we going to look for in the passage? We're going to look for that gap as we read it. That way when we read the answer choices, it'll pop right out at us and we'll be able to find the right answer quickly. So reading the passage, an undergraduate degree is necessary for appointment to the executive board. Okay, pretty simple fact. Further, no one with felony conviction can be appointed to the board. So we now know that if you want to be on the board, you have to have an undergraduate degree and no felony. Thus, Murray, an accountant with both a bachelor's degree and a master's degree, cannot be accepted for the position of executive administrator since he has a felony conviction. Okay, well, where's our logical leap there? Let's see, the first part talks about appointment to the executive board, gives those requirements. Then they say this guy Murray can't be an executive administrator. Well, is an executive administrator part of the board? I don't know, it doesn't say that. So therefore we've got a gap there. If it did say that, it would all make perfect sense, right? So let's read through the question answers and see if we can find something that kind of goes along with that. A, anyone with a master's degree and without a felony conviction is eligible for appointment to the executive board. Nope, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't follow from the facts. Wouldn't help solve the problem that we identified right at the beginning. Only candidates eligible for appointment to the executive board can be appointed or can be accepted for the position of executive administrator. Okay, there we go, right? Now that's filling in that gap, because if they're saying the same requirements apply to executive administrators as apply to executive board members, now we've tied up that hole. So B, pretty darn good answer choice. Unlikely we'll find a better one, but let's look at the rest just as an exercise. C, an undergraduate degree is not necessary for acceptance for the position of executive administrator. Would that help this situation at all? No, wouldn't fix anything. If Murray did not have a felony conviction, he would be accepted for the position of executive administrator. Again, that may be true, but it doesn't help fix the logical error in the first part. It doesn't tie up that gap. That would only fix this one particular situation. We're looking for something that's going to tie up the logical gap in the passage altogether. And then D, the felony charge on which Murray was convicted is relevant to the duties of the position of executive director. Have we seen anything that says that makes any difference? Do we even know if Murray's is relevant? I mean, other than, does it matter, I guess is what I'm saying. Can we use that fact to fill up the hole? No, definitely not, because it doesn't make any difference. We haven't used that as a criteria in the passage at all, whether it's relevant to the position. So therefore we know B was the best choice. Had it pretty early on in that case. And sometimes with these you will be able to identify pretty early on, but just be careful with skipping ahead on these, because it is a choose the best answer. And when you get into the harder questions, there will be more that look like the right answer. On these first couple, there's only one that's looked even remotely like the right answer. So we didn't have to too much sorting around to do, but that's not going to be the case on all of these questions. Okay, question 4. Here we've got two statements, and you'll see these every once in a while. They like to kind of set these statements up against each other to give you a chance to analyze how they relate. So the first one, Carolyn, the artist Mark Quinn has displayed behind a glass plate biologically replicated fragments of Sir John Sulston's DNA, calling it a conceptual portrait of Sulston. But to be a portrait, something must bear a recognizable resemblance to subject. So after you read that, think about what it's saying for a minute before you move on to the next one. If that didn't occur to you exactly what they're trying to say there, think about it before you move on so that you've got a good idea in your head of what Carolyn's talking about. Carolyn's saying that, hey, this artist put up some DNA, he's calling it a portrait. But I, Carolyn, say that's not a portrait because a portrait has to look like the person, and that doesn't look like the person. That's what Carolyn says. Arnold says, I disagree. Quinn's conceptual portrait is a maximally realistic portrait, for it holds actual instructions according to which Sulston was created. So Arnold comes back and says, no, it doesn't matter whether it looks like him or not. It actually represents what he is because it shows how he was made. And there's your two opposing viewpoints. And we should have read the call first, but let's do the call now. The dialogue provides most support for the claim that Carolyn and Arnold disagree over whether the object described by Quinn as a conceptual portrait of John Sulston blank. So do they most disagree over, they most disagree over the fact that it should be considered art? Nope, right? If you look back at the passages, it doesn't talk about whether they're art at all. It doesn't matter for the purpose of this passage whether they're considered art at all. All we care about is whether they're considered a portrait, right? That's all they're talking about. So we might ourselves have an opinion of whether that's art, but it doesn't matter. B, should be recognized to be Quinn's work. Did that come up in the dialogue? Nope. They haven't disagreed over that, so that definitely can't be the choice at all. C, bears a recognizable resemblance to Sulston. Okay, now this is one of the trickier answers. This is kind of the try to trip you up answer, right? Because they do disagree about whether it bears or they do talk about whether he bears a recognizable resemblance to Sulston, but they don't really disagree over that fact, right? Carolyn says it doesn't. I don't think Arnold disagrees with the fact that it doesn't resemble him. They just disagree over whether or not that makes it a portrait. So watch out for that answer there. That's the kind of try to grab you answer because it does kind of relate to the passage. Okay, D, contains instructions according to which Sulston was created. Again, this is almost the same as C, just the other side. It's information that's coming from the passage. They're trying to hook you in with that. But again, this is not something they disagree over. They just disagree over the results of that fact. They don't disagree over that fact. And then E is actually a portrait of Sulston. There we go. There it is. We had to get all the way through them, but that's the answer. They do, in fact, disagree over whether all those things constitute a portrait. So take home from that question is to try not to fall for those answers that try to grab you. Okay, number 5. Let's read the call first. The reasoning in the driver's argument is most vulnerable to criticism on the ground that this argument. So we're looking for what's going to most strongly criticize this driver's argument. What's going to basically make his argument not valid in the most effective way. Okay, so now that we know we're looking for that, we're going to look again for a gap in logic, something where his argument is vulnerable to attack as we read the passage. So, my friends say I will one day have an accident because I drive my sports car recklessly. But I have done some research, and apparently minivans and larger sedans have very low accident rates compared to sports cars. So trading my sports car in for a minivan would lower my risk of having an accident. So what's the problem with his argument there? I mean, we all know that's not true, right? If the guy's a lousy driver and his sports car, he's going to be a lousy driver in his minivan. Doesn't really matter. There's another variable here, right? And so that's the gap in the logic in the passage. Mr. Driver is concluding that just because statistically something is true, that means it will be true for me. So let's go through the answers here. A, infers a cause from a mere correlation. Well, what do we know about that? That sounds like a pretty good answer, right? Let's look at there is a correlation between accident rates and whether you're driving sports cars or minivans. And Mr. Driver is inferring a cause from that. He's inferring that he will get in less accidents if he drives the minivan, right? So that sounds like a pretty good answer. And in fact, that is the right answer. But let's look on the other answer choices just to make sure we've covered all our bases. Relies on a sample that's too narrow. Well, it is a sample size of 1, but we don't have any results, so you couldn't really say that anyway. We don't really have a sample size anyway. I don't think we might have a... we don't have a sample size anyway. And then C, misinterprets evidence that a result is likely as evidence of that result is certain. Nope, we're not making a determination as to degree here, right? If it was a difference between likely and certain, if he said, I'm more likely to have an accident if I get in a car, if I drive my sports car, than if I have a minivan. It's not a matter of degree here. It's a matter of which type of vehicle he's driving that he's using as evidence to support his conclusion. So that one doesn't work. Mistakes a condition sufficient for bringing about a result to a condition necessary for doing so. This is another logical error they'll try to throw at you a lot. The sufficient necessary problem. Something is sufficient if it is able to cause a result, but it's not. That doesn't necessarily mean it's necessary to cause a result. So we might have 5 different ways of bringing about a result that are sufficient, but none of them are necessary. And so sometimes they point that out as a logical error, but that's not what we've got going on here. E, relies on a source that is probably not well informed. Does that make any sense? Well, he might be, but his data is not wrong, right? His data is probably okay. It's his conclusion that he's reaching from it that's a problem. So we can cross that answer out and move on. So we found it right at the beginning. It's A, but just going through the others, you can see how they kind of try to trip you up with some of those other question types. Okay, moving on to number 6. Which one of the following is an assumption on which the naturalist's argument depends? So now we've got to read through this passage and see if we can find an assumption that he's missing. He's going to make some sort of conclusion in here, and there's going to be an assumption or some piece of information that's missing that's necessary to that conclusion. So knowing that, let's read through the passage. The recent claims that the Tasmanian tiger is not extinct are false. The Tasmanian tiger's natural habitat was taken over by sheep farming decades ago, resulting in the animal's systematic elimination from the area. Since then, naturalists working in the region have discovered no hard evidence of its survival, such as carcasses or tracks. In spite of the alleged sightings of the animal, the Tasmanian tiger no longer exists. So, what is his assumption there that is wrong? Well, a couple things. One, he's saying that since they haven't seen any, that means they're not there, right? Since there's no evidence, they're not there. And two, he doesn't take into account the fact that there just might not be any more in that area anymore. So, a couple of problems there. And we could look for either one of those. Maybe you might have both in the answer. And then you've got a tougher problem. You've got to pick which, but let's see. So A, sheep farming drove the last Tasmanian tigers to starvation by chasing them from their natural habitat. Does the conclusion that the Tasmanian tiger no longer exists rely on that fact? Would that make any difference? No, definitely not. B, some scavengers in Tasmania are capable of destroying tiger carcasses without a trace. Well, that might be true, but again, does the conclusion rely on that fact? That's kind of a try to grab you because it sort of makes sense, sort of ties to the information, but keep in mind the call of the question. What is an assumption which the argument depends on? That might support it, but it's not an assumption it depends on. C, every naturalist working in the Tasmanian tiger's natural habitat has looked systematically for evidence of the tiger's survival. Again, same as B. Probably supports it, kind of tries to draw you in because that sort of makes sense. You know, if everybody's really looked real hard and they still haven't found them, that probably means they're not there. So that helps, but again, it's not a perfect answer. Then D, the Tasmanian tiger did not move and adapt to a different region in response to the loss of habitat. That sounds pretty good. That's one of the ones we identified as a possible gap right off the bat, and it would completely explain his conclusion, right? If they couldn't have moved out of the area and they're still not in this area, then they probably are extinct, right? So that would fill in the gap completely. Or E, those who have reported sightings of the Tasmanian tiger are not experienced naturalists. Does that make any difference? No, probably not. So they kind of try to get you with B, C, and D on this one, and this is definitely a little tougher. Excuse me. Definitely a little tougher question than the first 5 we've gone through. But the answer here is D, because that is the only one that completely fills in the gap there and gives an assumption which makes the naturalist's passage completely work and be logically sound. And that's generally what you've got to look for in these things. What will completely fill it, not partially fill it or not provide support, but do the best job of doing that. Okay, so moving on to question 7. Let's read the question first. Which of the following most logically completes the argument? So these questions want you to kind of look and figure out where this passage would go from here logically. What makes sense to come after what you've just read? And a lot of times you could do this by just looking at the last sentence. You don't even really necessarily have to go and look at the whole thing sometimes. Sometimes you do need that context. But now that we know we're trying to figure out what logically follows, let's just read this passage quickly. A century in certain ways is like a life. And as the end of a century approaches, people behave towards the century much as someone who is nearing the end of a life does towards that life. So just as the people in their last years spend much time looking back on the events of their life, people at the century's end. So we're trying to make an analogy here. They're trying to fill in the gaps of the analogy. So if people at the end of their life look back on their years, people at the end of the century look back on the century, right? People at the end of their life look back on their life. People at the end of the century look back on the century. So we're looking for some kind of answer that kind of follows in that pattern. So A, reminisce about their own lives. Nope, that's about kind of what the first part of that 2-part analogy said, right? So we don't need to just say that again. It wouldn't make any sense. B, fear that their own lives are about at an end. Again, that doesn't match the form of the first one. You're trying to match the form of the first part of these analogies when they do this to the second part. So people at the end of their lives, looking back on their lives. People at the end of the century, looking back at whatever. C, focused on what the next century will bring. Again, not the same form, right? People at the end of their lives look back at their lives. People at the end of the century look forward. That's the opposite. So that doesn't do it for us. D, become very interested in the history of the century just ended. Well, now we've got that's a good attractive answer because we've got end of our life looking back at our life, end of the century looking back at the century. So that's probably going to be it, but let's just look at E just to make sure. Reflect on how certain unfortunate events of the century could have been avoided. Totally out of left field. That doesn't make any sense or apply at all. So definitely D for that one. And I hope you all can see how that generally works. You'll see these questions, they're almost always the same type of pattern. Okay, let's see. Moving on to question 8. Let's read the call to question here. Which of the following most accurately expresses the main conclusion of the economist's argument? So all we're trying to do now is figure out what the economist's main conclusion is. That doesn't sound too bad. And generally, these questions aren't that hard, but that doesn't mean they won't try to trip you up. So let's read through this statement and see if we can come up with the main conclusion. Economist, every business strives to increase its productivity. For this, increases profits for the owners and the likelihood that the business will survive. But not all efforts to increase productivity are beneficial to the business as a whole. Often attempts to increase productivity decrease the number of employees, which clearly harms the dismissed employees as well as the sense of security of the retained employees. So before we even look at the answers, it's a good idea when you've got these main points to try to come up with what you think is the main point before you even look. So here we've got everybody's trying to increase productivity, but actually the opposite occurs. Even despite our best efforts, because of this reason, right? So we're trying to do one thing. The opposite is the result because of this confounding factor of some sort. In this case, it's the fact that employees leave, right? Okay, so which one of these answers most clearly expresses that? A, if an action taken to secure the survival of business fails to enhance the welfare of the business's employees, that action cannot be good for the business as a whole. That's a very specific answer, right? And that's kind of trying to draw you in because it's very specific and on point. The problem is it doesn't reflect the overall general structure of the passage, and that's why that one's wrong. But that's a tougher one to avoid there because they really have tied into the passage well there. So B, some measures taken by a business to increase productivity fail to be beneficial to the business as a whole. Well, that's exactly kind of what we said when we summarized, right? We said people try to do increase productivity, make improvements, but despite that effort, they fail. If you remember, that's what we said as the summary, and that's kind of what this answer says. So that would be my top pick as I'm reading through those right off the bat, but I wouldn't stop there because it's not such a strong answer that I could be for sure, hey, we don't even need to read anymore. So how about C? Only if the employees of a business are also its owners will the interests of the employee and the owners coincide, enabling measures that will be beneficial to the business as a whole. The passage doesn't even talk about employee ownership. I mean, I guess you could sort of infer that and figure out a connection there, but it's definitely not as strong as the B or even A, so we wouldn't pick that. And then D, there is no business that does not make efforts to increase its productivity. Well, that's probably true. And again, watch out for the true answers that don't relate at all to the question, and that's one of those. It sounds good because it's probably true, but it doesn't relate to the question at all, so eliminate that one. Then E, decreasing the number of employees in a business undermines the sense of security of retained employees. This is another way they'll try to trick you. They'll pull out a piece of the passage and make a true statement about a piece of the passage, which they've done here. So the passage does talk about this, which makes it a tempting answer, but again, this doesn't encapsulate the main idea of the passage as a whole. And that's what they're looking for. When they say main conclusion, it's not just, you can't pull pieces out. It's got to be the whole conclusion. And the easiest way to figure that out is to take the overall structure and try to come up with that general idea like we did right up at the beginning. So the answer here is B on 8. Okay, moving on to question 9. Let's read the call to question. Which one of the following uses flawed reasoning that most closely resembles flawed reasoning used in the arguments above? Okay, so this is another question type. These are a little harder for a lot of people, and they can be pretty tough. But once you kind of figure out how they work, they're not too bad. This is one where practice is going to help you a lot. because you need to see a lot of these types of questions before you start to understand how what they're going for and how the questions related to the answers, because it's not always immediately obvious. It's not like you can just pick up on facts that are in the passage and then find them down in the answers and key in on the right answer. You've got to make a structural leap here. So what they're saying is that there's some kind of flaw in the argument of the passage, and they want us to find another passage in the answers that has that same kind of flaw. So in order to do that, we've got to identify what the flaw is in the first passage, right? Otherwise, we're not going to be able to identify it in the second one, in the answer. So number 9, all Labrador retrievers bark a great deal. All St. Bernards bark infrequently. Each of Rosa's dog is a cross between a Labrador retriever and a St. Bernard. Therefore, Rosa's dogs are moderate barkers. Well, what's the flaw in logic here? Anybody who's been around dogs knows that just because 2 dogs are bred together doesn't necessarily mean they're exactly a mix between the two, right? That's the flaw in the logic. And you don't even have to bring in outside information to know that. In fact, you probably shouldn't. It's a dangerous thing to do. So even not knowing that, you can say that just because the 2 dogs are mixed together doesn't mean it's going to have exactly a mix of the 2 traits, right? So we're looking for something similar in the answer, something where just because 2 things are mixed doesn't mean it's got the same trait as another, as the concluding one. So let's look at the answer. A, all students who study diligently make good grades, but some students who do not study diligently also make good grades. Jane studies somewhat diligently. Therefore, Jane makes somewhat good grades. Okay, they're trying to trip you up here by giving you a conclusion that's kind of similar. You know, the conclusion is a moderate standpoint, whereas just kind of like the fact pattern. You know, Jane makes moderately good grades. You could say just the same thing. The difference in this one and the pattern is that we both got students that study diligently here. If they had said students who study diligently make good grades, students who don't study diligently don't make good grades, Jane studies somewhat diligently, therefore Jane makes somewhat good grades, we'd have a lot stronger contender, right? Because it'd be those opposites. Whereas here we don't have that. They're both making good grades. So that option's out. B, all type A chemicals are extremely toxic to human beings. All type B chemicals are non-toxic to human beings. Okay, we've got the opposition. That's good. This household cleaner is a mixture of a type A chemical and a type B chemical. Therefore, this household cleaner is moderately toxic. Well, that sounds pretty darn close, right? Because we've got one thing that is an extreme on one end, one thing that's an extreme on the other end. We mix the 2 together, and we say we've got a moderate result. That's exactly the same formula as the passage uses. So that's probably our answer. But we can look at the other ones just to make sure. C, all students at Hanson School live in Greene County. All students at Edwards School live in Wynn County. Members of the Perry family attend both Hanson and Edwards. Therefore, some members of the Perry family live in Greene and some live in Wynn County. Again, kind of similar, and they're trying to trick you here because you've got 2 different things and then you've got a moderate result, but we don't have that opposition, right? One's not an extreme on one end, one's not the extreme on the other end. It's just 2 different counties. One's not good versus bad, or high versus low, something like that. So that's the reason we can eliminate that one. D, all transcriptionists no shorthand. All engineers know calculus. Bob has worked as a transcriptionist and an engineer. Therefore, Bob knows shorthand and calculus. Again, might be true, but we don't have that opposition. It's not like all transcriptionists know shorthand very well. All engineers know shorthand very poorly. Therefore, and Bob's been both. Therefore, he knows transcription. He knows shorthand moderately well. If that were the case, it'd be a lot stronger answer, but that's not what they put. All of Kenesha's dresses were are very well made. All of Connie's dresses are very badly made. Half of the dresses in this positive are very well made. Half of them are very badly made. Therefore, half of the dresses in the positive are Kenesha's and half are Connie's. same thing. We don't have the same structure as we do in the passage. And a lot of times you can get these questions right just on the structure. You don't even necessarily have to get into the details. Okay, so a lot of practice with those types of questions will help you out a lot. They can be kind of tough, and they will often throw in a lot of answers that will really throw you off there. A lot of the answers will sound good on those types of questions. So just work your way through them. Try to think about the structure as you read through the passage. Think about what the passage does before you even get to the answers. Okay, and 10. Which of the following, if true, would most strengthen the editor's argument? Okay, so what do we need to know in order to figure that out? What's the editor's argument, right? We've got to know what it is in order to know what would strengthen it. So let's try to read through the passage and think about that as we read. Many candidates say that if elected, they will reduce governmental intrusion into voters' lives, but voters actually elect politicians who instead promise that the government will provide assistance to solve their most pressing problems. Government assistance, however, costs money, and money can only come from taxes, which can be considered a form of governmental intrusion. Thus, governmental intrusion into the lives of voters will rarely be substantially reduced over time in a democracy. So what are they saying basically here? They're saying that it's kind of a cycle, right? That has a unintended result, right? Candidates say they don't want, they will reduce governmental intrusion, but voters actually elect people who say they're going to do something, which is an intrusion, therefore intrusion increase over time, right? So it's kind of a contradiction there, or a paradox that they're trying to set up for. So what would most strengthen that argument if of these answer choices? A, politicians who win their elections usually keep their campaign promises. Well, that would definitely strengthen it, right? Because in order for this to be true, what candidates say that they will do if they're elected, they have to actually do. Otherwise, the government intrusion doesn't increase, right? So that's why A sounds like a decent answer for that reason. That would definitely strengthen it. But in these types of what would strengthen most answers, you definitely can't stop at just one because it sounds good. You've got to go through the rest because another one might strengthen it even more. B, politicians never promise what they really intend to do once in office. That's exactly the opposite. That would weaken it, right? Because if they didn't do what they said they would do, we wouldn't increase intrusion, as the passage says. Then C, the most common problems people have are financial problems. Passage doesn't get into this at all. That wouldn't really make any difference. I mean, it does talk about money and taxes, but it doesn't really affect the argument at all, so we can't pick that one. Let's see, government intrusion into the lives of voters is no more burdensome in undemocratic countries than it is in democracies. That might be a good counter-argument to this passage, but it definitely doesn't most strengthen, for sure, right? And then politicians who promise to do what they politicians who promise to do what they actually believe ought to be done are rarely elected. Do we care whether they do what they believe or not for the purposes of this passage? Nope, it doesn't make any difference whatsoever what they believe. That's an example of a question type where they're trying to get at an emotional argument out of you, or an emotional response out of you, where you don't need one. You can go just straight off the facts of the problem. Make sure you avoid getting caught up in the emotional possibilities of your answers, or the emotions that the answers draw out of you, I guess, is what I'm trying to say there. Okay, let's see. So a couple final tips. Lots of practice questions for this session. I've already said that once before, but really do that. It will help you to see the trends in the question types, because they do use the same types of questions over and over again in these. And it is 50% of your score on the LSAT, so this is an important section. do a lot of practice questions, and I promise you, you will start to see the trends there. You'll start to see those same, where they compare the flaws, or they ask you to find the same flaw in the answer passage as is in the original passage. You'll see those over and over again. You'll start to recognize those patterns and have a much easier time getting those right. So lots of practice is helpful. Look closely at the call to question. That's why I'm asking you guys to read that first, and I don't always remember to do it myself, but I really think it is the best practice, because if you do that, if you read the call to question first, you'll know what you're looking for in the passage, and a lot of times you can figure it out before you even get to the answers, and you've got an idea then what the answer should be, and it's a whole lot easier to find it. It'll jump right off the page at you instead of seeing just a whole bunch of answer choices that all look kind of vaguely like they might be right. If you do lots of these practice questions this type, you'll start to see the different calls and what they're asking of you, and you can use them to kind of help focus in on the words that matter in the passage. Okay, any questions for this section on the logical reasoning from the audience before we move on? No? Okay, we'll take just like a 2 or 3 minute break, and then we will start back into reading comprehension. So we'll start back in about 2 minutes. Okay, folks, thank you for bearing with me there, trying to take care of the scratchy throat. Apologize for that. We did have a question on question 3 from that section that I walked away too quick to catch, but we'll catch it now before we start back into reading comprehension. So I believe, if you could repeat the question.
Just general confusion on.
Okay, general confusion on question number 3. I think mainly is how the two are related. Okay, and this is kind of a. We'll just go through this again and see if I can explain this in a better way. If we read, what we're trying to find here in the answers is which one of these needs to be assumed in order for the passage to be right. So one of these is necessary to fill in the gap in logic that's in the passage, right? So in order to figure that out, we've got to identify what the gap in logic is. So let's try to do that. The passage says, an undergraduate degree is necessary for an appointment to the executive board. Okay. If you've got a piece of paper in front of you, just write executive board, line below it, and below that put undergraduate degree, right? So now we know to be on the executive board, we need an undergraduate degree. Further, no one with a felony conviction can be appointed to the board. So underneath of undergraduate degree, write felony, put a circle with a line through it. We know we've got, those are our requirements for being on the executive board. Got to have an undergrad degree, can't have a felony. Okay, and then it says thus, which means that the passage thinks that this follows from that first part, but it doesn't necessarily. There's a gap. So thus, Murray, an accountant with both a bachelor's and a master's degree, cannot be accepted for the position of executive administrator since he has a felony conviction. Okay, so then over to the right of where you wrote executive board, write executive administrator. What are the requirements to be an executive administrator? We don't know, right? The passage hasn't told us. They've told us what the requirements are to be on the executive board, and they've told us what Murray's got, but they haven't told us what the requirements are to be an executive administrator. So that's the gap. And they tell us that Murray can't be an executive administrator because of his felony. So if the requirements are the same to be on the board or to be an executive director as they are on the board, if you could just combine those two charts together, then we'd be fine, right? It would be true. Murray would not qualify because of his felony. But as is, it doesn't tell us what the requirements are to be an executive administrator. So we don't know. That's the problem with this passage. And that's what we're looking to fill when we look at the answers. So A, anyone with a master's degree and without a felony conviction is eligible for appointment to the executive board. Those would be further qualifications on our executive board side of our little diagram, right? Further qualification or requirements to be on the executive board. That doesn't help us answer what the requirements are to be an executive administrator, which is what Murray wants to be. So that answers out. B, only candidates eligible for appointment to the executive board can be admitted for the position of executive administrator. So now we know that in order to be executive administrator, we have some requirements for executive administrator now, right? What are those requirements? They're at least what the requirements are for the executive board, because now you have to be eligible for the board to be the administrator. So now we can take those two things, bachelor's degree, undergraduate degree, and no felony, and move them over to executive administrator. And if we do that, then the passage makes sense. Because now Murray, an accountant, he's got a bachelor's degree, so he meets that qualification, can't be accepted because he has a felony. He doesn't match that second qualification. So that's how B kind of fills in that gap. And if you guys, whoever's making that comment, if you could let me know if that kind of helped clear that up at all. If not, I'm happy to talk about it a little more. I want to make sure you guys get that. Okay, sounds good. We'll go ahead and move on into the reading comprehension section. A lot of people dread these, but I don't think they're really so bad. if you get into them. The questions tend not to be as hard, I don't think. A lot of times you've got something to go back and look at, which I think makes it a little easier than the questions for the logical reasoning or the analytical reasoning. But some people dread these just because of the time commitment. It does take a lot of time to read through the passages. So the key here is try to minimize that time reading the passages and minimize the amount of times you have to go back to reading the passages. Go back and read the passages over again once you've already started. So first, structure of this section, you're going to have 4 passages with corresponding sets of questions. So you'll have a passage and then a set of questions 4 times. 3 of those passages are going to be 400, 500 word passages. They'll be kind of on the longish side. And I think we're missing our PowerPoint book here. We'll get that up here for you guys in just a second. But 3 of those passages will be of the longer variety. They'll be 400, 500 words. Then one's going to contain 2 shorter passages that you'll be able to, they'll ask you to compare in some ways. And almost all the questions related to those passages will involve comparing the 2 in some way. And each passage or pair of passages is followed by 5 to 8 questions. Again, 39 minutes, so that gives you about 9 minutes per passage. Not really a lot of time, and you consider that you've got to read and then answer the questions. And I think that's the biggest holdup for most people with this section is just the time constraints. So you need to get to the point where you can read these things quickly. And the key there is just to identify the key issues as you go through the first time. And so you don't have to go back and read over and over again. Okay, approach to reading these questions. One, answer the questions in order because they do sometimes build off of each other. Try to read the passage quickly for structure first before you get into the details. Try to figure out the overall structure of what they're saying. A lot of times there'll be viewpoints or evidence or certain advocates for a certain position. Make note of the parties, who's on which side, who's supporting what. Note any quantitative terms. If you've got something like more than 5 degrees or less than 100 people or something like that, quantitative things, make note of that because a lot of times you'll see those referenced in the questions. Then make note of signals. And what I'm talking about here is those focus words again, where much, not always, somewhat. Again, the LSAT is trying to get you to notice those and realize their effect. Try to determine the overall opinion and purpose of each passage. And when you've got 2 passages, or even within the same passage, try to figure out the relationship between the different paragraphs or whole passages, like when you've got a comparative section. Okay, so how do you approach answering these questions in general? First read the question. Just like in the last section, we want to read the call of the question first. Then go back to the passage if you need to. Hopefully you don't need to, but if you need to, take the time to do it because it's important to get the right answer the first time and not have to rethink it and second guess yourself. So do go back to the passage if you need to. Then formulate an answer. Figure out what you think is the answer before you start looking at the answer choices. And then go look at the answer choices, and the idea being that the right answer will just jump right out at you if you do that. And a lot of times that's how it happens. When you get those comparative sections, they have a little bit different question types than the regular reading comprehension sections. A lot of times you'll get these main issue, main ideas, where they try to get you to compare those 2 things. If you compare the main issue or main idea between 2 passages, if you get one of those questions, you can consider doing those first. Normal recommendations to do these questions in order because sometimes they do build off each other. But these main idea questions tend to be a little on the easier side. And you want to grab those points right off the bat if you can so that you don't end up missing them later if you run out of time or feel pressed for time in some way. And it'll help you think about the passage's overall argument and what they're going for in the passage, which will help you answer some of the other questions. Another type of question that you can see, you'll see pretty often are these specific questions, like according to somebody, this is true. These tend to be pretty straightforward. They follow the passage's structure. So again, if you have to, you just got to look back at the passage if you can't remember the details enough to know. And they'll ask about a part of the author's argument. Inferences, these kind of tend to be a little bit of the tougher questions you'll get in the reading comprehension section. They're asking you to make a prediction based on an argument. For instance, the author would agree to which of the following, and you have to decide, predict what the author would agree with based on what you just read about the author's position. Usually it'll be related in some way, of course, and that's your biggest key, and that's your biggest question eliminator in all of these sections, is if something's not related at all, you can often just get rid of that answer. When you're doing these inference questions, you need to examine the structure of the passage and note the various points of view, because that is what you're going to draw your inferences off of. So make sure you take note of that when you read through it, preferably the first time, so you don't have to read through it again. And then whenever the question refers to a certain piece of evidence, like a particular line, go back and look at it. If they're talking about a particular line, you don't want to just trust your memory there. If they say on line 8 something happened, and they will do that, don't just trust your memory. They want to know something specific. They've given you a line number, so it's not going to take you a lot of time. Just go and look and see what it says on line 8, and you'll probably have the answer there right in front of you. You might have to go a line or two above it and below it, but you can usually find that answer pretty quickly. And then a lot of times in the comparative reading sections, there'll be they're going to compare the two passages in some way. No big surprise there. And a lot of times, again, you can eliminate answers that way by finding that the answer refers to only one of the passages, or refers to one passage and then a totally off the subject kind of issue. And that's the way you can often get rid of those question options. Okay, how to handle reading those comparative passages. Start by answering the questions that only refer to one passage or another. This will avoid you jumping around a whole lot when you're answering those questions. If there's like 3 of the questions that only refer to passage A, go ahead and answer those first. If there's 3 that only refer to passage B, do the same for that. You usually won't have that many. You might be 1 or 2 that refer to only one passage, but it is helpful to get those out of the way right off the bat, because 1, it requires less flipping back and reading, and 2, sets you up to answer the other questions because it's reminding you what's in those each of those passages. Approach to comparative reading. When you've got those comparative sections, look for variations in the topic. So what's the difference? Try to figure out the substance of the difference between the author in passage A and the author in passage B. Where do they agree? Where do they disagree? How is their tone different? Is one of them a very aggressive tone where they are aggressively supporting some position, and the other one sort of neutral? Note that, because it often will help you answer the questions. Okay, a couple overall arching tips to kind of avoid incorrect answers in these sections. If there's an extreme statement, a lot of times that's a wrong answer. You can treat it with suspicion. If there's irrelevant information, again, kind of same thing. Treat it with suspicion. Why is there information that's not relevant to the passage or passages in there? If it's in there, a lot of times that means you're looking at a wrong answer. But not always, just treat it with suspicion. And then if there's exact opposite, same kind of thing. It goes along with the extreme statements. A couple more tips. Avoid minor changes to otherwise correct statements. If the answer choice is just a slight change from an otherwise correct statement, then that's a key in that it's one of those trying to catch your attention and grab you sort of question or answer possibilities. So avoid those. 2, second one, illogical or random combinations of arguments. If you just got something thrown in there that doesn't seem to, maybe it sounds good when you read it because it sounds like real fancy language or something, but if you really think about what it's saying, it's just two random arguments thrown together, avoid those. And then false characterizations of an advocate's point of view. If the answer doesn't reflect what you see in the passage or what you remember from the passage, you've probably got a wrong answer there as well. Okay, when you're reading, and this is again to avoid having to go back and read the questions again more than once, underline the important words. And I've got another list here, but they're very similar to the focus words we saw in the logical reasoning section. These are words like all, always, every, most, some, but we're going to add a few more in this section. Things like advocates, critics, opponents, proponents, according to, despite, for example, for this reason, in addition, things like that. Underline these things because they will help you notice them and they'll help you key in on what they do to the passage. These are modifiers, right? They modify the way what the passage means in some way. So that's what the LSAT people are trying to get you to key in on and understand. They want you to understand the nuance. They want you to understand the distinction between always and every and all and most and what that means for the passage. So you'll see again and again that they try to catch you up with the distinction on those. So if you go ahead and key in on them right at the beginning, you'll be in a better spot. Okay, so we'll walk through the questions just like we have for the other sections. Passage 1. First of all, what are the major concepts here? This is one of those comparative reading comprehension sections where they give you two shorter passages. And what we've got in passage A basically talks about neurological processes and how music and language develop together in the brain, right? Okay, so if you don't remember those passages too clearly because you're flying through this practice test, kind of take a second to glance over those again. And then passage B talks about how music is an evolutionary necessity for mother and child bonding, right? And that's why we have music. So they're both talking about music and why we've got it and how we've got it, but in different ways. Okay, so first question we've got is 51, and they say both passages were written primarily in order to answer which of the following questions. Okay, answer choice A. Let's just go through these. Is kind of what you have to do with these. There's not a lot of getting around just going through the answers in these questions, but that's okay because the questions themselves tend to be kind of short. Once you get through the passage, the questions aren't going to take you too much time. So both passages were written primarily in order to answer which of the following questions. A, what evolutionary advantage did larger brain size confer on early hominids? Well, no. Both passages do talk about brain size, and that's where they're trying to catch you, but they don't talk about the advantages on early hominids. Neither one of them do, so that's not going to be it. Then B, why do human mothers and infants engage in bonding behavior that is comprised of musical elements? Okay, that's probably true, but it only applies to passage B. And this is where you can really save some time in these comparatives. If the answer choice on one of these questions that refers to both passages only deals with one of the two, cut it out. It's going to be wrong. So B is out. C, what are the evolutionary origins of the human ability to make music? Well, that is kind of what both of them are talking about, right? One of them, they give different explanations. One of them is, hey, it's a evolutionary thing developed for mother-child bonding. The other one is it's a neurological thing, develops with language. But both of them talk about the evolutionary origins. So that's strong candidate right there, C. And then D, do the human abilities to make music and to use language depend on the same neurological systems? That is talked about in passage A, but only in A. B doesn't touch on that at all, so we can eliminate that as an option. Then, why are most people more adept at using language than they are at making music? Same thing, right? Only in passage A. So just by looking at what's in where, we could come up with the answer to that question, even if we didn't even apply any sort of logic or thinking to this. We could just figure out that the only answer that addresses something talked about in both passages is C and A, and C is the only one that really makes sense there because it's the main point of the passage. So C is the correct answer there. Okay, on 52, each of the passages mentions the relation of music to what? A, bonding between humans. Well, one of them does. B talks about that, but that's only one of the two, right? And the question is each of the two. So ditch it. Talks about one of them. Cut it. B, human emotion. Well, both of them do talk about that, so that's a possibility. C, neurological research. Nope, only passage A talks about that. Cut it out. D, increasing helpfulness to humanoid infants. Neither one really. I mean, B, maybe you could kind of make an argument for B, but neither one really talks about that, so cut it. Then E, the use of tools to produce sounds. Passage A mentions that just briefly, but again, it's only in A. Nothing about tools and sounds in B, so we can cut it. The only one that makes any sense is B. And when you're reading through this is an example of pick the best answer. You might not remember a whole lot about emotion in either one of these, and I certainly didn't when I read these questions the first time. But it is in there. It just doesn't talk about it a lot. So this is a issue of where you've got the best answer, because we can eliminate for sure all of the other ones, right? Because they're either in one passage or the other and neither one. So we've got to eliminate those, which leaves B as the only option. So it is your best choice. And as with everything on the LSAT, it's the best choice, not necessarily just a choice. Okay, so 53. Let's see. It can be inferred that the authors of the two passages would most likely disagree over whether. Here's one of those inference questions. These tend to be a little bit harder. You get your guard up when you see that. It can be inferred. But still, we can take a shortcut, right? Because in order to disagree, whatever they're talking about that they disagree over has got to be in both passages. So we can eliminate a lot of bad answer choices right off of that. So A, the increase in hominoid brain size necessitated earlier births. Not really. I mean, we talk about brain size a little bit, but we don't talk about how it relates to earlier births at all. Definitely not an A, for sure. We do talk about births and brain size in B, so maybe you could kind of make it a jump there, but definitely not A. So that one's out. Then B, fewer differences than similarities exist between the neurological processing of music and human language. That's right on point with passage A, but doesn't hit passage B at all. So we'll cut that one out. Can't be the thing that they disagree over if they don't both talk about it. C, brain size increased rapidly over the course of human evolution. Again, both of them talk about brain size, and they keep trying to trick you with this brain size because it is in both passages. But again, they don't talk about how brain size varies. And in fact, they might agree. If anything, they're going to agree on that point. So that's not it, because they both talk about brain size as increasing, not as decreasing. So nobody's going to disagree on that. D, the capacity to produce music has great adaptive value to humans. Okay, both of them talk about that, right? But the difference is, one of them talks about how it's evolutionary, like adaptation, and the other one talks about how it's a little more intrinsic and neurological. So that they might disagree on that. Okay, and then E, that's a possibility. Mother-infant bonding involves temporally patterned vocal interactions. Which passage talks about mother-infant bonding? Only passage B, therefore can't be that choice. So by process of elimination, we're down to D again. You know, even though we've got this inference question, which can be kind of tricky, just by eliminating the ones that only apply to one or the other, we can get down to the correct answer, which in this case is D. make your life a whole lot easier by doing that on these comparative reading questions. Okay, let's see. Question 54. The authors would be most likely to agree on the answer to which of the following questions regarding musical capacity in humans? Does it manifest itself in some form in early infancy? Well, we can't use that. This is kind of the opposite of the last question, right? Last question said, what do they disagree over? This is what do they agree over? Same thing, though. They've got to both talk about it or they can't agree about it. So do both passages talk about early infancy? Nope, just passage B. Therefore, cannot be that answer. Cross it out. Option B, does it affect the strength of the mother-infant bonds? Same issue there, only passage B talks about that, so cut it out. C, is it at least partly a result of evolutionary increase in brain size? There's the brain size again. They're really nailing all this brain size thing. But this time, kind of sounds a little better, right? Because remember before we said brain size, well, they both talk about that, but if anything, they would agree, not disagree, so it couldn't be the answer to 53. Well, now they want to know whether the one where you agree. So now it's a good candidate, right? So we've got to mark that one as a possible. And then D, did its evolution spur the development of new neurological systems? That's really topic A, if anything, but not really either one, but A, if anything. And then finally E, why does it vary so greatly among individuals? Passage A talks a little bit about that. Passage B doesn't at all. They just talk about mother-child bonding. Passage A does talk about how some people have more musical skills than others. So they couldn't agree on that because they don't both talk about it. So the only choice here left, again, we can just through process of elimination, we've gotten ourselves down to C. And now we've gotten through 4 questions without having to do a whole lot of thinking. And that's where you want to be on these things. If you can get through them without doing a whole lot of deep thinking, then that's great. You're in a good spot. And all we've had to do so far is basically figure out who's talking about what. And we've been able to answer all of these questions. So, question 55. Let's see if we can do the same thing here. Which of the following principles underlies the arguments in both passages? Again, the principles in both passages. If it's going to be about both passages, they both have to talk about it. And they're going to try to trick you up with these same issues. A, investigations of evolutionary origins of human behaviors must take into account the behavior of non-human animals. Do either one of them talk about non-human animals and their behavior? No, not in either one. B, all human capacities can be explained in terms of the evolutionary advantages they offer. Well, passage B would be supported by that. That underlies that, right? Because we're talking about the evolutionary advantage of music in mother-child bonding. But again, that's only applies to B. Definitely not A, so cut it out. We've got to be in both passages. So C, the fact that a single neurological system underlies 2 different capacities is evidence that those capacities evolved concurrently. That would support passage A because we talk about how music and language evolved at the same time concurrently, but not B. That doesn't work for B at all, so we can cut that one out. D, the discovery of the neurological basis for human behavior constitutes the discovery of the essence of that behavior. This would go to passage A because we're talking about the neurological basis for something. That's what A gets into, but B doesn't talk about that at all. And then finally E, with process of elimination, we know it's got to be E, but let's see. The behavior of modern-day humans can provide legitimate evidence concerning the evolutionary origins of human abilities. Well, yeah, that works, right? Because both passages talk about modern-day humans. The first one talks about their ability to make music. The second one talks about the mother-child bonding in modern-day humans. And they use that in order to determine what the evolutionary origins were. So that works, and that is the answer. And there again, this one's a little bit tougher than the previous ones because it was a little harder to discern what came from what because it was one level removed. They didn't just straight up tell us, hey, this one is about music and tools or something like that. But you can go back in the passage and it'll say music and tools. We had to make a little bit of an inference from what the passage's intent was to determine whether or not the answer choice applied to one or both passages. But if we can do that, and that's not a huge leap, then again we can eliminate all the wrong answers that only apply to one or neither one, and we're down to the right answer, which is E. Okay, on to 56. Which of the following most accurately characterizes a relationship between the two passages? Okay, now we've gotten into a different type of question. We're finally out of those ones where we can just figure out whether it works with A, works with B, works with both, works with neither. Now we've got to think a little broader, right? Because we want to know what the relationship is between the two passages as a whole. So let's read through these. Answer A. Passage A and passage B use different evidence to draw divergent conclusions. Use different evidence to draw divergent conclusions. Is that true? They definitely use. Let's go through it step by step. They definitely use different evidence, right? One of them uses neurological structure and function. The other one uses evidence from mother and child bonding, right? Do they draw divergent conclusions? Yeah, they do. One of them said it's evolutionary, one of them said it's intrinsically a neurological function. So that's a good candidate. They do, in fact, do what it says. Let's check the other ones, though, and see if there's a better one, because it doesn't jump out at you as obviously correct answer. So let's try a few more. Passage A poses the question that passage B attempts to answer. Well, that's not true. There's not a question in A and an answer in B. They both have their own answers. C, passage A proposes a hypothesis that passage B attempts to substantiate with new evidence. Also not the case. There's not a hypothesis in one that the other one's trying to test. That's just not how it's structured, so we can eliminate that. D, passage A expresses a stronger commitment than its hypothesis than does passage B. That's not true. They both strongly support their own hypotheses. It's just that they're different, or they come to different conclusions. But neither one of them is weakly supporting its own hypothesis. So we can eliminate that one. And then E, passage A and passage B use different evidence to support the same conclusion. Well, they don't really come to the same conclusion, so we can eliminate that one as well. They do use different evidence, as we already figured out, but not to come to the same conclusion. So the only one we're left with is A, which we thought was a good answer right off the bat, and still proves to be. Any questions on that, on passage 1 before we jump into passage 2? I'll give you guys just a second here. We've got a little bit of a few second delay between here and the stream, so I'll wait a second. Okay, that's good. Everybody feels pretty good about that, I hope. We'll move on to passage 2. And again, if you don't remember really what this passage is about, just take a quick glance over it to remind yourself. This is the one about intellectual property on the internet and how our links to websites, copyright infringement. If somebody just clicks a link and it pops up somebody else's work, does that constitute copyright infringement? And then it analogizes to a telephone message where somebody leaves a telephone message. It's just out there for the world. All you have to do is call the phone number, just like all you have to do is click a link, and then that's not copyrighted. And then their main conclusion is that restrictions on if we do have strong copyright laws, then those will restrict development of the web. In case you don't remember the really substance of that, that's what it was talking about. Okay, so jumping into, now that we've run through that main the main points of that one. Let's jump into question 57. And we can no longer just decide whether both passages apply to it, because we haven't got a comparative one here. But we can still eliminate answer choices that aren't talked about at all in the passage. So that helps us still. We can still use that same technique, even though we haven't got two to compare. Okay, so let's look at the first one. Which of the following most accurately expresses the main point of the passage? A, since distribution of a document placed on the web page is controlled by the author of that page, rather than by the person who creates the link, creating such a link should not be considered copyright infringement. Well, that fits right in there, right? Because we've talked about, the author puts that analogy in there that, it's like a telephone message. The author creates the content just like the recorder creates the telephone message, and it's out there to be linked to by or called by anyone who wants to. So that's very similar. I'd say that's a strong candidate to be the right answer. But let's check the others. B, changes in copyright law in response to the development of web pages and links are ill-advised unless such changes amplify rather than restrict the free exchange of ideas in a democracy. This is one of the answer choices they try to give you where they give you some nice lofty language and they hope that you'll pick it just because it sounds good. But if you really think about that, it doesn't say everything in the answer, right? That's not the main point of the passage by any means. So you could definitely draw that as kind of a conclusion from the passage, but it's not the main point. Okay, how about C? People who are concerned about the success or access others may have to web documents they create can easily prevent such access without inhibiting the rights of others to exchange ideas freely. It does say that as support for its argument, but that's not the main conclusion, and that's really what the distinction they're trying to get at in these types of questions. They want you to understand the difference between support for an argument, evidence, things like that, and the main conclusion. So while the fact that people can create their own security measures is support for the conclusion, it's not the main conclusion. So we can eliminate that one. Then D, problems concerning intellectual property rights created by new forms of electronic media are not insuperably different to resolve if one applies basic common sense principles to these problems. This is another one that's kind of going to be a tempting answer because it kind of sounds right. But this requires too much of an inference, more than A. A is more right on point. So this is a best answer kind of situation. Not going to say D would be completely 100% wrong, but it's not the best answer. So when you get into a situation like that, try to think about the degree of correctness on each one. And A is just way more on point. So we're still going to prefer A over D. Then E, maintaining a free exchange of ideas on the web offers benefits that far outweigh those that might be gained by a small number of individuals if a radical alteration of copyright laws aimed at restricting the web's growth were allowed. This is something that you have to, a conclusion you might reach after reading this passage if you were to apply your own thoughts to it, but it's not the main point of the passage, and they want you to do that. They want you to apply your own thoughts to it to get to that answer and then choose it, but don't be tempted by that. If you can't get it directly from the passage, it's not the main point of the passage. So the answer here to 57 is definitely A, because it is right on point. Then 58, which of the following is closest in meaning to the term strengthened, as that term is used in line 8 of the passage? This is one of those times where we've got a specific reference to a line in the reading, so we might as well go look back at it, see what it says. What does it say on line? What does the word strengthen say on line 8? It says, let's see, some of these owners of intellectual property claim that unless copyright law is strengthened, intellectual property law on the web will not be protected from copyright infringement. So what do they mean by strengthened there? Do they mean made more restrictive? Yeah, they do. They're saying in that they're using that term to refer to stronger copyright laws, which would be more restrictive. Why is B wrong? Made uniform worldwide? Because we aren't talking about geographical distribution here at all, so that answer doesn't help you out. C, made to impose harsher penalties. We haven't talked about the degree of the penalties at all. We haven't talked about penalties at all. We just talked about the restrictions, so we can throw that one out. D, dutifully enforced. Doesn't talk about enforcement of the laws. It just talks about their how restrictive they are. So that one doesn't work either. And then E, more fully recognized as legitimate. They didn't say that anybody was thinking they were illegitimate, so we can't pick that answer. And the clear choice there is A. If you go back and read it again, if they give you a specific line reference, take advantage of that. Go back and look at it, because you don't have to spend a lot of time reading. You can just go straight to what they want you to go to. Okay, 59. With which one of the following claims about documents placed on the web pages with the author would be most likely to agree? A, such documents cannot retrieve adequate protection unless current copyright laws are protected. This sounds like a decent answer, so be careful here. But if you think about what the author is really trying to say overall in this passage, the author's not going to agree with that, right? Because he thinks that it should be wide open. He thinks it should be like telephone messages, where you just put it out there and then whoever wants to can access it. So that's definitely not that choice. How about B? Such documents cannot be protected from unauthorized distribution without significantly diminishing the potential of the web to be a widely used form of communications. Passage didn't talk about that, only development of the web, not its widespread use. So we can get rid of that option. And again, a lot of times with this, it's just a matter of thinking about what the passage talks about, or what the author talks about. See, the nearly instantaneous access afforded by the web makes it impossible in practice to limit access to such documents. Well, no, they don't say it was impossible or impractical. In fact, they said it the opposite. They said you could do it, and they used that as support for the author's arguments. That one's definitely not it. D, such documents can be protected from copyright infringement with the least damage to the public interest only by altering existing legal codes. Do you think the author would agree for that? Nope. No, I don't think so either. They didn't ask for a change in the codes at all. In fact, the author just wants free access again. So E, how about E? Such documents cannot fully contribute to the web's free exchange of ideas unless their authors allow them to be freely accessed by those who wish. And that really gets at the main conclusion, which is that web pages should be like the telephone messages. And so that has got to be it. That's the one that the author would agree with. Okay, let's try question C. Based on the passage, the relationship between strengthening current copyright laws and relying on passwords to restrict access to a web document is most analogous to the relationship between. Okay, here we are into one of these analogy type questions. These are a little bit tougher, but you have to think about what the relationship is between the two things in the call to question. So we've got strengthening copyright laws and relying on passwords to restrict access. So what's the difference there? One is, we're going to make laws and that's how we'll stop it. And one is kind of like a self-help method, right? We're just going to make passages. We're just not going to let anybody in at end user level. So we need to find something that's kind of similar to that in the answer choices. So A, allowing everyone to use a public facility and restricting its use to members of the community. That's kind of the opposite relationship from what we were looking for here. It's not the same relationship at all. Then B, allowing the use of a drug and outlawing its sale. Again, that's kind of the opposite of what we're looking for. It's not the same relationship, it's the opposite relationship. Then C, prohibiting a sport and relying on participants to employ proper safety gear. Okay, here we go. Now this sounds like, right? Because here we're prohibiting a sport, kind of like regulating, strengthening copyright laws, or we are going for kind of a self-help sort of method where people get their own safety gear, just like they get their own passwords. So you see how those two are the same type of relationship, and that in fact is the right answer, C. The other two, passing a new law and enforcing that law, not the same at all. That the one is kind of like strengthening copyright laws, but the other one is enforcing that law, not some kind of self-help method. It's relying on the law itself, so that's not the same. And then E, allowing unrestricted entry to a building and restricting entry to those who've been issued a badge. Not the same relationship at all. Not even similar on that one. So we can eliminate that answer. So that's kind of how you approach those analogy questions. Make sure you figure out what the analogy is first and what that relationship is between the two things in the call to question before you attack and try to figure out one that's similar. Okay, question 61. The passage most strongly implies which of the following? And nothing to do really here except go through and read the choices. You can't get much out of the call except that we know the passage implies one of these things. So A, there are no creators of links to web pages who are also owners of intellectual property on web pages. Passage doesn't say that at all anywhere in it, so we can eliminate that. B, the person who controls access to a web page document should be considered the distributor of that document. Yeah, we can infer that, because if you remember that telephone analogy, it's kind of similar to that. The person who puts the message on the phone can be considered the person who's distributing that message out to the public, because anybody can then call it up, just like anybody can then link to it if it's a web page. So I think that's a pretty good implication. That is in fact our choice, but let's look at the other ones just to make sure we understand why. C, rights of privacy should not be extended to owners of intellectual property placed on the web. Have we talked about privacy at all? No? Okay, let's ditch that one. Those who create links to web pages have primary control over who reads the documents on those pages. That's the exact opposite of what they say, right? Their whole point in this passage is that anybody can get to web pages. So that's exactly the opposite. And then E, a document on a web page must be converted to a physical document via printing before copyright infringement takes place. We just didn't talk about that. So ditch that one altogether. We didn't talk about enough about that to even apply it. So correct choice on that one is B. All right, how about 62? According to the passage, which one of the following features of outgoing messages left on telephone answering machines is most relevant to the debate concerning copyright infringement? Okay. So now what they're going to try to do is get you to figure out how the analogy in the passage itself works. They're not giving you a new one, but there is an analogy in the passage, right? It's these telephone messages are kind of like web pages. So they're trying to give you, getting you to look back at that one and figure out which one of the following features of that analogy makes it work. Why does that analogy work, basically, is what we're looking for here. Okay, A, such messages are carried by an electronic medium of communication. Well, that's true, but that doesn't have any relation to the reason the author used that analogy, right? He used that analogy because of the open access, not because of electronic communication. So we can eliminate that option. B, such messages are not legally protected against unauthorized distribution. Well, that's true, but it's not exactly it, because theoretically the web pages are protected against unauthorized distribution. It's just the problems with that the author's talking about. So that one doesn't fit exactly, but it's kind of close. So I can see how that might be a second choice or a more difficult one to eliminate. But let's try C. Transmission of such messages is virtually instantaneous. Does that make any difference to the analogy? Does that relate to why the author chose that particular analogy at all? No, it doesn't really make any difference. How about D? People do not usually care whether or not others might record such messages. Well, that's not really the issue. So that one, again, doesn't make much difference. Let's look at E, but that's still a better option than A or B, or maybe even C. So kind of getting better and better as we go along. So this is definitely a case of best answer, but let's see what E says. Such messages have purposely been made available to anyone who calls that telephone number. And there it is. And if you know, if you've done the pre-work on that should jump right out on you, right? Because we've been thinking about that this entire time, how this author really emphasizes the fact that telephone messages are like web pages because anybody can just get on there and access them. Same sort of thing. And that's exactly what E says. Okay, let's see. So that is the answer, E on 62. 63, the author's discussion of telephone answering machines serves primarily two. And here this is kind of a main point type of question again, and we've just got to go through the options and see which one fits. Compare and contrast the legal problems created by two different sorts of electronic media. No, we're not doing that. He's using the telephone as an example or analogy, not to compare to web pages. So that's not it. B, provide an analogy to illustrate the positions taken by each of the two sides in the copyright debate. Well, no, we haven't really talked about the two sides at all. We've just gotten his side. So that can't be it. How about C, show that the legal problems produced by the new communication technology are not themselves new. Well, you could kind of reach that conclusion from his telephone analogy, but that's not the main point. That's not what it serves primarily to do. It serves primarily to show that something we already use is treated in the same way, or should be treated in the same way. So that's not it. D, illustrates the basic principle the author believes should help determine the outcome of the copyright debate. There it is, right? That's exactly why he's using this analogy. That's what it serves primarily to do. It serves to show that, hey, if just like telephone messages, if you put it out there to the public and it's easy to access freely, the same should apply to web pages. So that's why he's using it. D is the right answer there. And then E, why is that wrong? Show that telephone use also raises concerns about copyright infringement. Now, he didn't say that at all. He assumed that we knew that it didn't, in fact. So that is definitely not it. Okay, and last question in this section. According to the passage, present copyright laws blank. In A, allow completely unrestricted use of any document placed by its author on the web. It doesn't say that. In fact, it says the opposite. It says that technically is copyright infringement. So that one's out. B, allow those who establish links to a document on a web page to control its distribution to others. No. This one is a little tricky because this tries to get you to pick that answer because it sounds familiar, and it does. It sounds like something that might be in the passage because it says something like that, but it's in a different context. It's not in the same. It's not talking directly about present copyright laws, so we've got to eliminate that option. But that's another try to trip you up answer choice. How about C? Prohibit anyone but the author of a document from making a profit from the document's distribution. We haven't talked about profit at all, so you wouldn't want to choose that one. If they're throwing in something there that we haven't even talked about, that's usually an easy way to eliminate one of those choices. Then D, allow the author of a document to sue anyone who distributes a document without permission. Well, this is right in the passage. If you see that one, hopefully that'll jump out at you as something you read because it's right in there. It pretty much just says that. Hopefully that'll jump out at you without having to go back, but it's pretty much almost a direct quote from the passage, so that's going to be the right answer. Then E should be altered to allow more complete freedom in the exchange of ideas. This is something where the whole passage implies this answer, but that's not what they're asking for this time. We've asked for that before. Now we're just asking what the passage says, particularly about present copyright issues. So make sure you understand the call of the question, how it relates to the answers, so you can pick the right answer. So correct answer on that one is D. Alrighty, any questions? That concludes the reading comprehension portion. pause just briefly, see if we have any questions from the audience, and then we will take about a 15-minute break before we go into some tips, exam taking tips, and a little bit of discussion about the essay section of the LSAT, and then we will take the second practice test. Okay. What's that? Okay, we'll go ahead and move into the break, and we'll take about 15 minutes, and we'll restart in about 15 minutes with the tips and tricks and the essay section, which will probably go about another half an hour-ish, and then we'll go into the practice test number 2. Okay, folks, let's get back to it. We're just going to go through a few exam tips and also a little bit of information on the essay question. Then we'll jump into the second practice test. Thanks for sticking with us through this long day. I hope you found it useful. A lot of good information, so just try to absorb as much as you can. Essay questions. There is an essay at the end of the LSAT. It's going to be after you finish all the scored sections. This is not scored. You're not going to get a grade on this section. Will not affect your score that you get at all. All this is really used for is a writing sample and an assessment of your writing skills under pressure by the admissions folks. And you do have to do a lot of that in law school, so it's not irrelevant at all. And you do want to do your best on this, but a lot of folks, by the time you've taken this LSAT and you're absolutely wiped, you don't have a lot of motivation to put effort into this. I would suggest just do whatever you need, call those inner resources, get just a little more effort, and make sure that that writing sample is decent. Does not have to be the most amazing thing you've ever written, probably won't be, but they'll just blow it off because people do look at it. It shows up on your reports that are given to the admissions folks. So even if they're not looking specifically for it, if they're not really using it as a factor, they're going to be scanning through your application. They're going to see it. So you don't want it to look awful. At the very least, you want to make it look neat and reasonably well written. How do you do that? Before you start writing, take a minute to think about what you're going to write, organize your thoughts, try to get a quick little outline going. Usually these things are opinion-based, the calls of these questions, so there's usually no right answer, and in fact they design the fact patterns but they kind of go either way. Just like in law school, you get a lot of those same types of questions in law school where it really could go either way. A reasonable argument can be made on both sides. What they want you to do is make an argument. Follow the rules, follow the facts pattern given. It's just like the rest of the LSAT. Take the facts that they give you as true. It doesn't matter whether they're true in real life, outside of that test stream or not. Take them as true. LSAT does not care what the rest of the world is like. You have to go with what it says. Try to answer in IRAC form if possible. This is a law school thing, so you might as well get used to it if you're planning on going to this law school. What IRAC means is issue, rule, analysis, conclusion. And this is a format for answering legal questions, but you can also apply it to your essay because it's going to be that type of opinion question that lends itself to this form of answering. So what does that mean? I'm not going to get too deeply into this. You'll probably spend a couple weeks on it your 1L year when you do get into law school, but just so you have a general idea, what you do is first state the issue that you've got in whatever the call of the question is. And you might have more than one. There might be two or three. But state a specific issue. What's the question? Should the town of Charlottesville appoint a new mayor? That might be the issue. So that would be your issue. Next is the rule, the R, which is a statement of how we should decide. Under what standards should we decide that? So should the town of Charlottesville elect a mayor? The Code of Charlottesville says a mayor should be elected in every odd-numbered year. That's your rule. Overly simplistic, but that's the general concept. Then your analysis. This is where we apply that rule that we just stated, how we should decide, to the facts back in the problem. So say the year is 2013. We would say, as the analysis, this year is an odd number year, therefore we should appoint a new mayor. We should elect a new mayor. See how that follows. So you're setting up a kind of logical argument in each section of your essay. And then a conclusion. What do you decide? We decided to elect a mayor because it's not you. And that's really all there is to it. It's going to be a little more complicated question than the one I just threw off the top of my head there as an example, but that's the concept. If you can use that IRAC format, I suggest you do that. People in law school admissions are going to be used to seeing that format in essays all the time. It's going to click with them. It's going to make sense to them. So use it if you can. Do that for each issue within a question. Like I said, there might be several issues within a single question. You just separate that into different little IRACs. Think of them as little units that answer a question within an essay. Okay, a couple more.
Examples of essay questions, any other examples?
Examples of essay questions. We had a question on whether there's examples. Trying to think of a few I've seen. I know one that I've seen recently asked whether or not which type of designer a building construction firm should go with, like whether they should go with an architect or some kind of other contractor, things like that. Like they're going to ask you to make a decision. And I would suggest looking at the samples. LSAT does have samples on the internet you can get that will give you some concrete examples of those writing questions. But it's always going to be something like that. It's going to be hey, here's a decision somebody's got to make. Here's a problem that the town has. Here's a problem that the school has. Should the Appalachian School of Law build a new patio or not? Some people say we need a new patio because there's nowhere to stand outside. Some people say the budget doesn't support a new patio. Then the call to the question will be, should the law school build a new patio? They want you to pick a side. So do that. Pick a side. Decide, yes, we should build a new patio. Here's why. And the IRAC form, if we use it, that we just talked about, will kind of force you to do that. Because you'll state that issue, you'll state a rule, you'll analyze it, and you'll pick a conclusion. So you'll be fine if you use that IRAC format. You won't have to worry about that, what your conclusion is too much. A couple of other tips: use only rules that words that you know how to spell, and grammar you're comfortable with. Don't go crazy here because you've got to handwrite this thing, and you've got to do it in a certain amount of time, and you don't want to have a lot of words scratched out. The key is to make it look neat. You don't want this thing to stand out. To be perfectly honest, most admissions departments that I've heard from don't use this as a huge factor in their admissions. So the main thing you need to ensure is that it's not a negative factor, right? You want to make it look nice and neat, sound logical, sound reasonable, and you'll be fine. If you can do an excellent job with it, that's great. But the main thing is to make sure it doesn't detract from the rest of your application. So you don't want it to have misspelled words and poor grammar and lots of things written out and scratched or handwriting that's difficult to read, things like that. If you can't read your cursive, print slowly and clearly. You're better off being a little bit short in your essay than you are having something that the admissions folks can't read. Any other questions on the essays before we move on? I'll give just a second for that. Okay, we'll go ahead. How much time should you be studying for this thing? Well, we don't have a whole lot of time until June. Oh, and I've got June 3rd here, but I believe it should be June 6th is the actual test date. We don't have a whole lot of time till then. So if you're not working, if you don't have a job, between now and then, I would suggest about 5 or 6 hours a day until June 6th. You've only got a couple weeks here, so go ahead and cram. If you've got a job, if you're working, you can probably still do 5 or 6 hours a day. It's worth it. But adjust as needed for if you're working. But try to put the time in. It's worth it at this point. Take a relaxing weekend. Don't overload yourself. Don't be putting in 12 hours a day every day, 7 days a week. That won't help you. You need to keep it to a difficult but not overwhelming level of work. Remember, it's worth your time to put the time in right now to get a better score on the LSAT. For better or worse, the LSAT is often used to determine admissions and scholarships. So not just whether you get in, but how much money they're willing to give you to go to law school. LSAT is a giant factor in that. Sometimes there's just numerical cutoffs, for certain scholarships. So it's worth it to put the time in now. You've got a couple weeks until the test. Use those couple weeks. Don't waste them, especially if you've just gotten out of undergrad and you don't really have a whole lot else going on. Commit yourself to this because it'll pay off. Even if you can just raise your score a couple points, that might make the difference between a 50% scholarship and a 10% scholarship or something. It really makes a difference. If somebody told you right now, if we just came up here and told you, hey, you could go to law school completely free if you just work hard for the next 2 weeks, if you dig this ditch or something, you'd probably do it, right? Because we're talking a lot of money. So think about that every time you decide, I don't really want to study too much. Think about that. If you just put in a couple weeks of hard work, it's worth it. Might save you a lot of money. So take the time, do it. What do you do with the rest of the day when you're not studying? Be good to your body, but don't do anything too dramatic. If your exercise is critical, and we talk about this with bar prep for the bar exam after law school, even more important then because it's a much larger project, but same thing applies to the LSAT. If you exercise a lot already, don't stop now. Keep doing it. If you're a person that runs 3 or 4 miles a day, keep on doing that. Don't change your schedule. Keep yourself going. It's going to throw your body off if you just stop right now. If you don't exercise now or not a lot, start, but don't go crazy. You don't want to be sore and miserable, but you do want to be getting your endorphins going and getting your body a little bit better, feeling a little bit better. So maybe walk 45 minutes a day, something like that if you're going from zero exercise. Talk to your doctor, of course, there's your little disclaimer, but you will feel better if you take care of your body, and it will reflect in your score. Your brain will work better. You won't be as tired. You will be in better shape having gotten up early on that day and rushed down to the test center and jumped into it. So same thing with eating. Eat healthy, nutritious foods. Don't change too dramatically, but you don't want to throw your whole body off, but whatever you're doing, take it a big step towards healthier than what you're doing. And if you're already one of these people that's in really great shape and eats really healthy, don't just stop and start eating Taco Bell every day right now. Not going to help you. Going to put you in a worse spot for the exam. Keep it up if you're already doing well. Best way to study, lots of practice questions. Can't emphasize that enough. It's just like playing the piano or playing the guitar or anything like that. Your body and your mind will learn how to answer these questions if you do enough of them. They will learn. It will improve your score. You might not go from a 140 up to a 160 by practicing 2,000 questions, but you might be able to increase 8, 10 points. That makes a difference, huge difference. So lots of practice questions. That is key. You will begin to recognize the same types of questions, the same types of tricks that they get with you. That they get you on. There's only but so many ways they can trick you on this thing. So if you start to see those, you'll key into them. If you get tricked enough, you'll start to key in on those tricks, and you can avoid them and get extra points where other people who haven't done that will not. They'll fall for those traps. Get some real practice questions from LSAC. Get on the LSAC website. We're not sponsored by LSAC or anything. The only reason I'm suggesting this is because they're actual questions, and you can't do better than that. If you go to some of the commercial prep courses or books, some of them have real questions, some of them don't. Try to get the real questions, or go straight to LSAC and get old tests. They've got like 50 or 60 old tests you can actually just download. Wouldn't go back further than about 2007-ish because the question types have changed, but try to use those for your practice questions, real questions. At the very least, if you don't do that, at least take the free practice LSAT that's on lsac.org. You can download a whole one. I think it's the June 2007 test. They'll allow you just to download that for free. So you might as well, at the very least, download that, try to take it, real time conditions. That way you understand what it's like, what the time pressure is like, and what it feels like to take that whole exam. At the very least, I'd suggest doing that. If you can't find it on LSAC, email admissions or myself. I'll give you my email at the end of this, and we'll direct you to it. Carefully review the answers answer analysis, after you go through and take a lot of these practice tests, don't just think, oh man, I got that one wrong. Move on to the next one. Oh man, I got that one wrong. Oh yeah, I got that one right. That's good. And don't take some time, get the most out of your practice questions by really analyzing how you got the question wrong. How do they trick you on this one? And usually there is some way they tricked you. You know, there's the answers that people get wrong are usually tricky answers. Usually there's some way they kind of hung you up or made you pick the wrong answer. So try to find that so that you don't do it again. The night before the test, night of June 5th, eat a good, filling, but healthy dinner. Make sure you're full that night before, but don't do anything crazy. Just a good, filling, healthy dinner. Get a good night's sleep. Go to bed a little earlier than you might normally. Not too much earlier. You don't want to be up at 3 o'clock in the morning by accident, but a little bit earlier than normal. Make sure you're a little bit better rested than you normally would be. So try to get a couple more hours of sleep than you normally would. But don't throw off your normal schedule by too much. So it's all moderation on all of these things. And in the morning, when you decide how early you've got to get up to get to the testing center and get there, give yourself lots of extra time. Do not be stressed out about whether you're going to make it on time before you even get there. Don't stress yourself out about the test, about these meta test issues, you know, getting there on time, whether I've got food. Make sure those things all work out easily. That way, the only thing, if you're stressed out about anything, it's the test, not all these other side issues. Okay, so now we're there on the day of the exam. Light breakfast. Don't be hungry. Don't be sitting in there bonking out because you're hungry and you haven't eaten anything. But on the same side, don't overload or get anything greasy. You know, you want nice, light, easy breakfast. Easy to get along with, something that will give you a little bit of energy for the next 5 to 6 hours, but not anything over heavy duty. Answer all the questions once you're in there. Remember, you don't get points taken off for wrong answers, so there's no reason to leave anything blank. If you run out of time, bubble away. Give yourself a minute or two to bubble in all the final answers. You don't want to be in that spot. You want to try to avoid it, but if you do find yourself in that spot, you're better off filling in the answers with all A's than you are on just leaving it blank, because you don't get any points off for wrong answers.
We did have a question on which letter is used the most.
I don't know. I've heard a couple answers on that question, which one is used the most. I think I've heard B and I've heard D. It's probably one of those things, there's more opinions than fact. I wouldn't go with that. I would just pick a letter and start bubbling. I think you've got a 1 in 5 chance of hitting it every time, you know, so just pick a letter, start bubbling if you're running out of time. Don't get too much into the analysis on that, though I appreciate the tactics there, but I think that's all you can do. Don't let the test psych you out. Don't be afraid of strings of the same letter. They happen a lot. You will get 3 or 4 D's in a row. You'll get like 5 A's, and it'll freak you out. You'll think there can't possibly be this many A's. I'm doing something wrong. I've gotten some wrong answers, but don't let that influence your answer choices at all. Don't go off on it. You can't let that, even if you're correct, let's say, even if you're right that there can't be 5 A's or there aren't 5 A's in a row. Even if that's true, you can't apply that fact to the next question. The next question is just as likely to be A as the last 4. So you've got to stick to your guns. Don't let it psych you out. There really are long strings of the same letter. So just go along, answer each question on its own individual basis. Try not to second guess your answers too much. And some people are more prone to this than others. But you really want to try to pick an answer, have a decent reason for it, stick with it, move on. If you start to second guess yourself, you're going to run out of time. That's definitely a big time-saving factor there. You've got to kind of commit to your answers and go with it. Pace yourself. Do enough practice questions that you know how much time you've got. If you've done enough 35-minute sections, you'll kind of know about how long it takes you to get through a section of logic games, or how long it takes you to get through a reading comprehension section. And you can adjust accordingly. You can know, hey, I really need to be kind of rolling through these, or, oh, I've got some time here. I can slow down a little bit. Check the regulations as far as what you're allowed to bring in as timekeeping-wise. Used to be that you could only bring an analog watch. Look at the current rules on that. Make sure you know what you can bring. And if you do want to have a watch with you or whatever, make sure you're allowed to, one, and then if you are, make sure you've got what you need way ahead of time so you can keep track of your time. For hard questions, you get into the hard questions, and there's going to be quite a few of them on any test you take. I don't think we had any on the practice questions, except maybe some of those second logic games that were extremely, really hard. A lot of them were kind of more in the easier moderate range, but you're going to get some real hard questions. And in those questions where you just can't figure it out, I mean, almost nobody gets a perfect score on this thing, right? So everybody's getting something wrong. And when you get to those questions, it's going to be a process of elimination that is key. You have to get your odds of getting the right answer up. You're going to guess, but you want to make the best guess possible. The best guess possible is the one that has the least options, right? There's almost always a few obviously wrong answers, no matter how hard the question is. You can usually eliminate something. Like in those reading comprehension questions, we were able to eliminate on the comparative sections the one that didn't deal with both passages. If it deals with something that's only with one passage, you can eliminate it. We were able to get rid of almost to find the answers to almost all those questions by doing that. So process of elimination is huge. Same thing with logical reasoning. A lot of times you can throw out a couple of those because they're unrelated. And even if the other 2 or 3 that you've got left are really hard choices, maybe you're down to a 50-50 or a 33% chance. That's a whole lot better than just guessing where you've got a 1 in 5 chance of getting it right. So your goal on these really hard questions, if you don't have a shot of coming up with a really solid answer and a good reason for it, your goal is to make your guess count, which means get it down to the fewest options possible. Same concept, pick your battles. Remember, all the questions are worth 1 point, but some are way harder than others, right? Some of these questions are pretty easy. Some of them are extremely difficult, to the point where 99.9% of the population is going to get that question wrong every time. That's a tough question. So don't let the fact that you just can't get the answer to something psych you out. It happens to everybody pretty much. Statistically, it's almost everybody that's going to happen to. And then there's some questions that almost everybody gets right. So they're all worth 1 point. So don't lose points on the easy ones. If you've got an extremely hard question, try to eliminate a few answers and then move on. Also, stay engaged with the test. Easier than you think to zone out. You would think you'd have all sorts of adrenaline, you'd be psyched up for this thing, and there's no way you're going to lose focus for this LSAT, right? But easier than you think. You get in there and it's hard, and your mind starts wandering. Maybe it's a little hotter in the room than you'd like it to be. Maybe it's a little colder. Your brain is going to start wandering. Try to avoid that. If you get repeated hard questions, it can kind of throw you into that mode, kind of make you shut down a little bit, lose focus. You got to fight that tendency and keep on task. And the way to do that, keep moving. Keep your pencil going, take some notes, cross out wrong answers, do something. Keep your brain engaged and moving along so that you don't just zone out and fall into the abyss on these questions, because you're losing points as you do that. Test anxiety tactics. Signs that you do have test anxiety. This doesn't affect everybody equally. I think it probably affects everybody to some degree. It's one of those scale issues. Everybody stresses out about tests to some extent, just some people more than others. But signs this is a problem for you. If you find yourself zoning out during tests, if you think about it, your past history, and you find that you did that, you have racing thoughts, you start thinking about things just one after the other that aren't even necessarily related to what you're doing. You have negative thoughts about previous tests. You think about how you did poorly on this other test, and what the consequences of that failure were, and what the consequences of failing on this one would be. All these sort of negative thoughts. How everyone else is doing. Hey, man, everybody else is just writing. It looks like they probably just know what to answer. They don't. They're not in any better shape than you, I promise you. But these are the types of things, if you're having these thoughts that might indicate that you have some level of test anxiety, If you find that after a test, if you take tests in college and you find that after the test you come back and you always know the answers and you just can't figure it out, why you know the answers afterwards, but for some reason while you're taking the test it just isn't clicking for you, that's another sign that you might have some anxiety symptoms. You also could get some physical symptoms like nausea, sweating, dry mouth, fast heartbeat, all those things. If you've got that situation, if all those things are clicking for you and you're like, oh my gosh, yeah, that's me, things you can do to help. One, prepare. You're doing that right now, so great, kudos to you. Keep doing it. Don't stop before the exam, other than giving yourself enough rest so that you're not overwhelmed, but keep on preparing. Being unprepared makes anxiety much worse. I can tell you I've been in practice as a lawyer, and the only times that hearings, court dates, things like that are stressful are if you're not prepared. If you're ready to go for those things, you're excited about it, you want to take it on and conquer it. If you're not prepared, it will be the worst thing ever. So get yourself in as prepared a state as possible, and you'll be in a lot better shape anxiety-wise. Counter those negative thoughts. If you think I always do poorly on tests, well, think, yeah, maybe that's true, but this time I prepared better for this test than any test I've done before, therefore I'm going to nail this one. Turn it around. Think of a positive thought. Every time you think of a negative thought, turn it around for yourself. Think of something positive. Keep yourself on track. You can use tension reduction methods. Long, deep breaths in, and then exhale slowly. Just kind of calm yourself, get yourself recentered. If you find yourself falling into that rapid racing thoughts, fast heartbeat, sweating sort of situation, just take a minute slowly. It's worth that 10 seconds to do that, to recenter. This is going to be okay. It's just a test. Hey, they let you take it again, right? Not the end of the world. I'm going to do my best on this thing, but it's going to be okay. Purposely relax one set of muscles at a time. You can kind of just, if you find yourself just tensed up there, just kind of slowly, let it go. One group of muscles at a time. You can kind of talk yourself out of some of this stuff. If you do find this is a major problem for you, no harm in going and talking to a professional about this. I'm giving you this advice, but I'm definitely not a professional on these issues. So if this is a real problem for you, I suggest you talk to somebody. No harm in doing that. They might be able to help you out in ways that I have never even heard of. So don't hesitate to do that. Nothing wrong with that at all. Any questions? I know we've got one on time-saving methods for the reading comprehension. And the biggest thing I can say that's kind of a holdover from the reading comprehension section, the biggest thing I can say there is where people really get hung up on time in the reading is reading things more than once. Make sure you don't have to read it more than once. And how do you do that? You read it slowly the first time, and when you get to something that's important, you make a note. Put a little arrow, underline those focus words like we talked about. Make sure that you're keying into the important parts of what you're reading as you read it so that you don't have to go back and do it again. That's the biggest time saver I can tell you for reading comprehension, because the questions tend not to be that long. It's the reading that takes forever. And if you have to do it twice or 3 times or 4 times, you're really going to be on a time crunch. So if you can get yourself to the point where you're reading it once and maybe occasionally referring back for specific details, that's the key. So practice trying to do that. One way you can practice doing that is to get yourself some practice questions, as I just suggest for all of these things. Read the passage and then put it away. Block it off from yourself so that you can't see it, so that you can't go back and try to answer the questions and do the best you can. Then the next time, when you get to the next passage, do the same thing, but try to really think about the reading so that you're not as bad a shape. Because I guarantee you that first time you'll want to go back. You'll get to a question, you'll be like, oh man, if I could only go back to the passage, I'd be able to answer this. Well, don't do it. Don't let yourself. Do that for 5 or 10 passages, and I bet you'll start reading a little closer. Your brain will realize, I need to remember this stuff now, not put it in short-term memory, let it flow back out, because I can always come back to it. This is one of those side effects of the internet age. Everything is always at our fingertips, so we no longer have to have this short-term retention of information that that we used to back in the day. So you've got to train your brain to fight that. And I think the best way to do that is put it to the test. Read a passage, block it off, answer the questions. Do that over and over again. Your brain will learn to remember this stuff. Because believe it or not, it can. People train themselves to read passages like that and repeat them verbatim, word for word, an hour later. You can train yourself to do that. That's going to take some time. I wouldn't recommend going to that level. You don't need to, but you can train yourself to read in detail, quickly, and once. So that's what I'd suggest for that. Any other questions? Yeah, I'm on test taking tips or really anything from today. Okay, we're going to go ahead into practice test 2 then, and there's been a suggestion that we put a timer up. I think that's a great idea, and our tech folks here figured out a way to do that. So we're going to attach a timer to the practice test PowerPoint page so that you can see the time count down as you take the test. And so pull out practice test 2 that you should have gotten an email. If for some reason you didn't get it, shoot us an email or a comment real quick. We should be able to email that thing off to you in no time. Just so you know ahead of time, after you take this practice test, we are going to display the answers for you right away. We aren't going to go through them individually. Obviously, that took the whole first half of the day, so we aren't going to make you do that again. But we will just display the answers for you here on the PowerPoint, so you've got them and you know what the answers were. If you have any questions about that second set of questions, feel free to email me. I'm happy to talk to you about them and maybe see what we can do just over email and figure out where you might have gone wrong or right on those questions. But we'll go ahead and get started on the second practice test here in just about 45 seconds to a minute. I'll tell you when to begin. Just stand by. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started right now. We've got 50 minutes. Good luck. second practice test. Hope you can apply some of those skills you learned this morning. And that concludes the main portion of the LSAT course today. Thank you all for sticking with us. I hope you enjoyed it. Here are the answers for the second practice test. I'm going to leave this slide up for just a few minutes here so you can run through and self-grade if you'd like. But while you're doing that, I would just like to ask that if you have any feedback for us on how we can improve this course and make it better in the future, we do plan on offering this course again. We'd love to hear your feedback. Please send that to admissions@asl.edu, and we'd love to hear from you. Also, if you have any other questions that occur to you later that you'd like to ask the admissions team on admissions here at ASL or to law school in general, we're happy to help you out. It does not have to be an Appalachian School of Law related question. We're happy to help you out regardless. Additionally, if you have any questions on the answers to this second set of questions, you're welcome to email me, and I'll be happy to see if I can explain to you what's going on in some of those questions. My email is mhite@asl.edu. And I'm going to display that here momentarily as soon as everybody gets a chance to self-grade real quick. So I'll give you guys a couple more minutes to do that. Then the final screen will be my email address. And again, thank you all for participating today. I hope you have a wonderful afternoon, and we'll see you next time. Thank you.